order. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member of Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I'd like to present a petition which reads this way. Whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time are over the age of 60, and whereas nearly 6,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of 2 years, therefore be it resolved that the provincial government ban evictions of seniors whose incomes would qualify them for public housing until there is a place in public housing for them to go. This has been signed by a number of residents of William Hunt Avenue and Peter Lowe Avenue in the Westmount subdivision of Halifax-Chebucto, and I have signed it also.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a petition. Whereas workers need and deserve fair wages and safe working conditions, and they have the right to bargain for them. And whereas the use of scab labour prolongs strikes and lockouts and disincentivise employers from reaching a fair deal with workers and provokes violence. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the Nova Scotia Legislature to pass the Nova Scotia NDP Bill 435, which bans the use of scab labour. Madam Speaker, there are 392 signatures, and I've affixed my own as per the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table a document relative to a bill I will table for benefit of members opposite, specifically Section 3.2, which outlines the cap and trade option for all provinces. It's an update to the pan-Canadian approach to carbon pollution pricing, 2023 to 2030.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to table the 2023-2024 annual report of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Loan Board.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce to table the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board 2023-2024 annual report. Thanks.
The report is tabled. No more. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day that I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the annual Provincial Volunteer Awards held in Truro on September 18th recognize Nova Scotians who generously give their time to foster thriving, healthy communities. And whereas this year we are marking a significant milestone as we celebrate 50 years of formal recognition of volunteers who have been the backbone of our province, driving change and fostering a culture of giving and compassion. And whereas those honored have shown resilience and innovation that will inspire future generations to pursue greatness and uphold our province's traditions and services of excellence. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate all volunteers, past and present, who have made our province a better place in all cultures and every community in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Highliner Foods began in Lunenburg as W.C. Smith & Company, a salt fish business founded by 5 brothers in 1899, and over a century has grown into a leading North American processor of frozen seafood with more than 1,100 employees around the world. And whereas, while today the company operates in 5 countries, its ties to Nova Scotia remain strong, with its head office and a processing facility located in Lunenburg. And whereas Highliner Foods will celebrate its 125th anniversary on September 23rd, showing its ability to navigate a changing seafood industry by building a strong brand, being committed to innovation, and finding opportunities at home and internationally. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly congratulate Highliner Foods on achieving this major milestone and wish the company and its employees continued success in the future. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the province's first Nova Scotia Stampede will happen from September 26th to 29th, with more than 3,000 people expected each day for exciting rodeo competitions and concerts. And whereas the Nova Scotia Stampede will take place at the Truro Raceway, with the benefit of the newly renovated grandstand with the Rustic Table Restaurant focuses on promoting local Nova Scotia food and beverage products. And whereas the Nova Scotia Stampede event is sure to generate significant economic activity for our rural economy while celebrating our agriculture industry, therefore be it resolved that the members of this House recognize and thank the staff at Central Nova Scotia Sports and Entertainment for bringing a major event to Nova Scotia that is sure to become a popular annual tradition in our province. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2006, the Midwifery Act.
Thank you so much. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2006, the Midwifery Act.
Bill 495, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2006, the Midwifery Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 194 of the Revised Statutes 1989 of APSI, the Atlantic Provinces Special Education Authority Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 194 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Atlantic Provinces Special Education Authority Act.
Bill 496, an act to amend Chapter 194 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Atlantic Provinces Special Education Authority Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future date. I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to End the Carbon Tax by Implementing a Cap and Trade Program, and I'd ask for unanimous consent for it to be read a second time today and sent to law amendments for Nova Scotians to have their say.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to end the carbon tax by implementing a cap-and-trade program. There has been a request for waiver to read a second time. Is it agreed? Is not agreed. Order.
Don't take me to call me about
Bill 497, an act to end the carbon tax by implementing a cap-and-trade program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to establish a public travel nurse incentive program.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to establish a public travel nurse incentive program.
Bill 498, an act to establish a public travel nurse incentive program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled an act respecting solar panels for new government buildings.
The honourable member from Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an act respecting solar panels for new government buildings.
Bill 499, an act respecting solar panels for new government buildings.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future date. Notices of motions. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction before I move my resolution?
Please do.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined by Legion leaders from one end of the province to the other. These are the individuals that provide service and support to our veterans in all of our communities, and I'd like these members to accept the warm welcome of the House after I announce them by name who's here. We are joined by Don McCumber, President of the Nova Scotia Nunavut Command. And please stand. Joan Geddes, District F Commander. Daryl Layton, President of Branch 9, Hants County. Ken Babcock, Deputy District D Commander. Murray Austin, President of the Fairview Branch. Dean Authan, President of the Eastern Marine Branch. Joyce Pitcher, President of the Bedford Branch. Sean Levesque, President of Centennial Branch. Ricky Hawkins, President of the Calais Branch. Bob Paddock, Poppy Chairman of the Calais Branch. Thank you all for joining us here today in support of this resolution.
Well, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here, and thank you for everything you do for your communities. Thank you. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the decision to allocate long-term care community beds rests with the provincial government, whereas there has been a significant decline in veteran occupancy in long-term care beds, along with long wait times for veteran admittance, due to the provincial government permanently filling vacant veteran beds with non-veterans. And whereas veteran facilities not only offer health care, but also foster a sense of companionship among veterans, supported by nearby legions that fund activities, social events, and additional personal comforts not offered by Veteran Affairs Canada. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly direct the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care to table in the House or file with the clerk within 30 days an action plan on prioritizing access for veterans to veteran beds at long-term care facilities. I ask for a notice of motion and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the lobster fishery, a cornerstone of Nova Scotia's economy, contributing $1.3 billion in exports in 2022 and supporting the livelihoods of countless coastal communities, is facing a direct threat to its sustainability due to thousands of pounds of lobster being removed from St. Mary's Bay through illegal commercial fishing practices. Whereas the Department of Fisheries and Oceans under Minister Le Boutillier has failed to enforce critical federal fishing regulations, putting the future of the lobster fishery at risk, and neglecting to engage meaningfully with local stakeholders to address the growing crisis. Whereas it is the responsibility of the province to regulate seafood buyers and processors with the fish buyers licensing and enforcement regulations clearly prohibiting the purchase of fish products from individuals without a valid commercial fishing license. Yet enforcement remains insufficient to curb illegal activity. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly instruct the Standing Committee on Natural Resources and Economic Development to call an emergency meeting as soon as possible with the topic addressing enforcement gaps in illegal fishing in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction before I make my statement.
Please do.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Gillian McKinnon to please rise. Pleased to introduce Gillian McKinnon, who is working to make sure our youth have access to sport in our community. She's doing incredible work. Ask Gillian to please accept the warm welcome of the legislature.
Welcome and thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
I should note that her mom, Judy, is with her today as well. So thank you, Judy, for being here as well. I almost got in trouble there, didn't I? Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Coach Gillian McKinnon. Gillian grew up playing baseball and basketball. She knows the importance of organized sports. So when she noticed the need for coaching staff at the local elementary school, she was quick to fill the role. She also noticed that her very rural community has a baseball field, but it wasn't being utilized, and Gillian offered to host weekly baseball games for any youth in the East River Valley area who wanted to play ball. Her resolve has created a wonderful opportunity in the community that just wouldn't exist without her support. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking Gillian McKinnon for helping to create more opportunities for youth to get involved with sports in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Gillian.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave for an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. In your gallery, we have Natalie Brown, the Executive Director for the Fairview Resource Centre, and Lakita Kumar, the Operations and Program Lead for the Fairview Resource Centre. I'd like them to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Fairview Resource Centre on their grand reopening this summer, following extensive renovations to enhance accessibility. With the addition of a new elevator, the centre can now better serve the community, allowing for greater participation in the many programs that they offer, from parenting support classes to seniors programs, free community meals, and fitness and technology classes. Since its establishment in 1986, the centre has continued to support an ever-increasing population within Bedford, Clayton Park, Tantallon, Lakeside, Beachville, Rockingham, and Fairview. Annually, it provides assistance to approximately 650 adults and 150 children and youth under 19, with a mission to remove barriers and offer resources to families and seniors alike. The center's commitment to helping our community thrive is more evident than ever, and the renovations will ensure that they can continue their valuable work for many years to come. Madam Speaker, let us celebrate the Fairview Resource Centre's dedication to our community and the positive impact it continues to have. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. In the gallery opposite, we have Shannon Sampson, we have Mackenzie McDonald, Jess Garrett, Gary Wiley, Shelley Amiot, Shauna Wilcox, John Walsh. John is from the 2215 IMP Aerospace. The rest are uniform members. I asked them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May 27, 2024 was a huge win for Labour when the federal anti-scab legislation passed third reading. Its passing will significantly level the playing field for workers' rights in the federally regulated sectors when it comes into force June 20th, 2025. Unions have been calling for an end to scab labor for decades. It undermines workers' ability to negotiate fairly, it prolongs strikes and lockouts, it disincentivizes employers from reaching a fair deal with workers, and it raises the temperature around an already difficult situation. Scab laborers are also open to abuse by the employer. Nova Scotia must ban scab labor and prohibit employers from firing, threatening to fire, or intimidating striking workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the unions.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, a dedicated member of the Canadian Armed Forces and longtime aide-de-camp to 3 lieutenant governors of Nova Scotia passed away. Captain Robert Adams of Halifax served with the Canadian Armed Forces Cadet Organizations Administration and Training Service and was also a staffing officer at Northwood Home Care. He was appointed as an honorary aide-de-camp in 2007 to support first Lieutenant Governor Honourable Mayanne Francis, then Brigadier General the Honourable J.J. Grant, and His Honour Arthur J. LeBlanc in the exercise of their official duties. For 16 years, he served the lieutenant governors of this province and worked alongside the household at Government's House with a close attention to detail and dry sense of humour and a bright smile. Captain Adams was a recipient of the Canadian Forces Decoration and the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond and Platinum Jubilee Medals. I join my colleagues in the House of Assembly in extending our sincere condolences to Captain Adams' wife Karen, his brothers Rick and Mark, and their extended family, along with the staff at the Office of the Lieutenant Governor and his colleagues in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that we could revert back to government notices of motion.
There's been a request to revert back. Is it unanimous?
Yes.
Okay, we will revert back. Notices of motion.
Yeah, thank you. And I beg leave to make an introduction, Speaker.
Please do.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in the gallery today, we have 2 guests who just a few minutes ago were able to join our Premier to announce the expansion of 14 more community pharmacy primary care clinics in the province. I would ask our guests to please rise as I introduce them. No stranger to the members of this House, Alison Bodner, the CEO of the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia, Alison Anderson, a pharmacist and the owner of Hammond's Plains Pharma Choice. And I would ask the members of the House to welcome our guests. We're grateful for the partnership. Yeah.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here, and thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas community pharmacies continue to play a pivotal role in the delivery of healthcare services like preventative care, referrals to other levels of support of primary care safely, privately, quickly, and close to home. Whereas this fall, Nova Scotians will have access to 45 community pharmacy primary care clinics, thanks to the support of the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia and pharmacy owners who have stepped forward to make primary health care more accessible in communities. And whereas to date, Nova Scotians have accessed more than 190,000 services at community pharmacy primary care clinics from Yarmouth to Cape Breton, allowing patients to receive the right care at the right time in the right place, helping to alleviate pressures in other areas of our healthcare system. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in recognizing the commitment and dedication of the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia, community pharmacy primary care clinics, and all pharmacists across the province who each and every day help Nova Scotians receive the health care they deserve. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There is a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We will now go back to member statements, and I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I'm awfully proud and excited to introduce my family in the West Gallery. I've got my 6-year-old son, Odin Kerr, my 10-year-old son, Eris Kerr, my wife, Melanie Basimer, age undisclosed, and my mum, Lynn Kerr, and I invite everyone to give them a warm welcome.
Welcome, and we hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor my mum, Lynn Kerr. Lynn is an exceptional parent and grandparent, community volunteer and leader, and has excelled in her sport, work, and life. As an athlete, she broke provincial records in track. She earned her brown belt in karate and performed water ski tricks and jumps to massive crowds along the Annapolis River. As a lifelong volunteer, Lynn has played a central role to several community hall, church, and youth sport programming and fundraisers. She developed palliative care programs and gave her free time to the Annapolis Royal Historical Association and the Annapolis Gardens. As an RN for 50 years, she has led teams in emergency, OR, and medical throughout the Annapolis Valley and beyond, from a maximum security prison in Saskatchewan to the Sea Cadet Camp in Cornwallis. As my mum and a grandmother, she is the best there was and ever will be, according to my kids and myself. And I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in welcoming my mum, Lynn Kerr.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Joining us in the West Gallery today are members of the Chort Arts Society. I'd like to welcome Courtney Dunsby, Alex Cormier, and Annalise Proder, and I'd like them to receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. Enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the tireless advocacy of the Chort Arts Space Society to develop a sustainable, adaptive reuse plan for 1588 Barrington Street. The building is a heritage and cultural icon, with former beloved identities as the Chort Club, which was the community-led headquarters of the Gay Alliance for Equality, and the Khyber Centre for the Arts. The new Chort Arts Space will house a critically engaged community where youth, artists, and the public can connect and thrive in a space that is physically, economically, and culturally accessible. Over the last decade, the Society has secured $1 million in public funds and achieved key milestones, including partial hazardous material abatement, design, development, architectural plans, and a 20-year sustainable financial model. The detailed plan for the Chort Arts Space will be publicly launched in October 2024. Madam Speaker, I'm excited to see the Chort Arts Space come alive in downtown Halifax.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction prior to my statement.
Please do.
Thank you. Joining us in the Speaker's Gallery today is Jarrell Diggs, an accomplished young basketball star and businessman. Jarrell is joined in the East Gallery by his mom, Dolores Diggs, his pastor, Reverend Andrea Anderson, and family. I would ask you to rise to accept the warm welcome of the House.
Well, welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jarrell Diggs, who in 2021 was a recipient of a 5-year full basketball scholarship from St. Mary's University. Jarrell is in the Bachelor of Commerce program. While playing basketball at St. Mary's, SMU, he has received several awards. In 2022, he was Rookie of the Year, first team All-Rookie in Atlantic University Sport AUS, and named to the All-Canadian Rookie Team. In 2023, he was the SMU Basketball MVP, and in 2024, he was first team AUS Tournament All-Star, SMU Male Athlete of the Year, SMU MVP, and Academic All-Canadian. While attending university full-time, Jarrell started 2 businesses. J2 Mobile Detailing started in 2021, offering car detailing services at your residence. Then in 2023, with the support of Arthur L. Irving Entrepreneurship Center, he started Sudrop Laundry, a laundry service that services HRM. I ask all members of the legislature to please join me to congratulate Jarrell on his accomplishments and awards. Jarrell, your future looks bright. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your history is bright as well. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And normally I would do this in October, but I'm going to do it today, considering we're probably not going to be here in October. So October is a big month in our household and our family. Starting off, I want to wish my daughter a happy 29th birthday in October, and also her and her husband Liam a happy 1st anniversary in October. I'd like to wish my parents a happy 59th anniversary in October, and to my wife Jean a happy 31st anniversary in October. And I love you all, and see you soon.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverly Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Standing in the gallery opposite me, I'd like to introduce my constituency assistant, Danny Squires. I met Danny in 2021 while I was knocking on doors, and managed to convince her after several months to come work with me. And as any good constituency assistant would do, she edited what I was going to say about her. So first off, Danny is an amazing and caring individual. She fits the job perfectly. If anybody is into social media, she is the person behind Craving Halifax, which really highlights a lot of the best restaurants in the area. Danny is the 2024 Vision Award recipient for the Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia. She is the brain injury survivor representative for Nova Scotia through the Brain Injury Association of Nova Scotia. She is currently recording a 2025 TV show called Market Day with Whale Song Group that focuses on markets in Nova Scotia and providing a spotlight on on local vendors. She got married about 6 weeks ago. Best thing about Danny is that when people call our offices or they visit our offices, some days they can be good days, some days they can be bad days, but the most wonderful thing about her is that We measure success based on how many people that we can help. Thank you, Danny.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this month, I think the 1st of September, actually, I had a chance to attend the 12th annual Atlantic Canada Ping Pong Championships. I was there with many athletes. The member from Bedford Basin, the member from Sackville-Cobequid was there as well. Really wonderful event that brings together ping pong players from all over Atlantic Canada, not just Nova Scotia, but PEI, New Brunswick, Newfoundland and Labrador as well. It was wonderful to be there for the opening ceremonies, and then after the opening ceremonies, we got a chance as dignitaries to play a little bit. I had a competitive match against Mayor Savage, and then got my clock cleaned by a 9-year-old who's very, very good at ping pong. But it was an amazing event, amazing group of people. I want to congratulate everybody involved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to congratulate the Friends of Dartmouth Cove on receiving the Danielle Moore Sunshine Award from the Ecology Action Centre at their AGM this week. This incredible recognition is a testament to their unwavering commitment to protecting Dartmouth Cove, a place we all hold dear. Their tireless efforts to defend the Cove from harmful development, preserve its natural beauty, and advocate for thoughtful, sustainable growth reflect a deep love for our community and environment. As a representative for Dartmouth South, I am proud to be part of a community that stands united in its dedication to protecting our shared spaces. The passion and perseverance of the Friends of Dartmouth Cove remind us all of the power of community action and the importance of safeguarding the environment for future generations. Please join me in applauding the Friends of Dartmouth Cove for their dedication and passion in defending one of Nova Scotia's true treasures.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Madam Speaker, today I stand with mixed emotions after days, weeks, months, years. Devin Marsman has been found. His disappearance has devastated an entire province. Madam Speaker, I want to speak directly to his mom, Teresa. As a parent, I cannot imagine the pain, the frustration, the agony you have and are feeling. The strength and determination you have shown is unmatched. I can honestly say most people, including myself, would have fallen apart a long time ago. Life is not fair. Devin, by all accounts, from everyone who has ever met him, was an incredible and loving young man. So I sincerely wish we could take this pain from you, that we could do more. This is not the result anyone wanted. This is the one we all feared the most. Teresa, you will have your day, and you will now be able to lay Devin to rest. Know as you go through it all, you have 1,000 shoulders to lean on. Rest in peace, Devin.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize World Menopause Day, an internationally recognized event established in 2009 by the International Menopause Society in collaboration with the World Health Organization. This day is dedicated to raising awareness about menopause and breaking the stigma that has surrounded the topic. Menopause is a natural transition that affects many around the world. For some, it can be a positive experience. However, for many, it can have significant negative impacts on their health. It is essential to recognize that this journey is unique for each person and involves not just physical, but also mental health. I call on my colleagues to join me in advocating for the importance of fostering open conversations and promoting awareness and access to resources that support individuals navigating this significant life transition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Mr. Vernal Braithwaite Jr. I extend my congratulations to Mr. Vernal Braithwaite Jr. on celebrating 80 years. What a blessing. I would like to wish him good health and God's blessing today and always. On August 24th, 2024, at the Braithwaite and Downey family reunion, I was able to spend time with Mr. Vernal and all of his family and give him his well wishes that he is so deservingly due, and thanking him for carrying on the legacy of Vernal Braithwaite Sr. So I'd like all members of this House to join me in wishing Mr. Vernal Braithwaite Jr. a happy 80th birthday and many more.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction prior to reading my statement.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Joining us in the gallery today are Wendy and Morgan Look, who are volunteers with Log a Load for Kids Canada. I would ask you both to rise to accept the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Madam Speaker, on August 17th and 18th, the 19th annual Log a Load for Kids softball tournament was held in Harmony, Queens County. The Log a Load for Kids Canada is a giving campaign initiative of the Canadian Woodlands Forum, and this year's tournament in Harmony was deemed an overwhelming success, shattering several records. 12 teams from Nova Scotia forestry industry participated, including contractors, local businesses, and community members, and they set a new fundraising milestone of $32,000. This means that since its inception, this tournament has raised an incredible $373,000 for the IWK Children's Hospital. Madam Speaker, please join me in applauding the efforts of the tournament's organizing committee, participants, sponsors, and contributors, and in thanking them for their continued commitment to staging this successful fundraiser each year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Incredible. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to recognize the important work of the Epilepsy Association of the Maritime. Madam Speaker, this association provides hope and support for individuals living with epilepsy and their families across Nova Scotia. This association is a strong advocate for research and treatment advancement, working closely with the healthcare professionals to improve the quality of life for those living with epilepsy. Madam Speaker, their dedication to raise awareness and improve the lives of individuals living with epilepsy in our region is truly inspiring. Therefore, I ask members of this House to join me in thanking the Epilepsy Association of Maritime for their valuable work and dedication. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, today Halifax Public Libraries reopen after the majority of workers voted to accept their newly negotiated collective agreement. They've been on strike in hopes of improving their wages and working conditions for just under a month. Being a library worker can be deeply rewarding, but also very difficult. Today's libraries are filling in the gaps in our social safety net, and workers are supporting those who are bearing the weight of the affordability in the housing crisis. As one worker wrote, library staff can act as therapists, mediators, childcare, security, first responders, tech support, educators, food providers, and on and on. I'd like to recognize the staff that make the Dartmouth North Library the amazing place it is. Sandy Tober, Siobhan Wiggins, Carla Fox, Kim Goldman, Darlene Kane, Dwayne Kaiser, Haley Parsons, Sarah Budgel, Ola Bisi Onasana, and Stefania Keller. I'd like to thank them all for everything they do in Dartmouth North and for fighting to make sure libraries have the resources they need to meet the community's needs.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction, please.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery, I'm very honoured and privileged to introduce to the House a good friend of mine, a lifetime friend of our families, and a longtime teacher and community leader in our community. And I'm going to read a member statement about her journey and some of the things she's gone through. But I just want to publicly, she's seen all my children through school, and I just want to publicly apologize for any of their behavior now. But if I could ask my good friend Kim Nelson and all the members from Aylesford and all the members of the House to give her a warm welcome. She's today.
Welcome. What? Hold on. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
She's joined today by her husband, Kevin, and her niece, Alexis, and her daughter, Finley. So welcome to the House, and I'd now like to read my member statement. Madam Speaker, today I would like to speak about an inspirational community leader from Kings West, Kim Nelson of Aylesford. is a longtime educator, cancer survivor, and now a published author. Kim recently retired from teaching and working as a guidance counselor after 26 years and started her own private practice, Hope and Strength from Within Counseling Services. In 2018, Kim's life changed, as it does for so many, when she was diagnosed with breast cancer. Thus began a journey of surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation, along with the spiritual and emotional roller coaster that comes from it. This past year, Kim authored and published her first book, Strength from Within, Surviving Cancer, The Power of Gifts and Hope, which details her step-by-step journey. It is equal parts heartbreaking and uplifting. Her book discusses the loss of selfhood that accompanies cancer, the surprising joys of self-discovery, and the life-giving support of loved ones. Kim demonstrates to the reader the ways in which her community held her up during the most challenging times of her life. At the heart of her book is a firm grounding in faith, possibility, and gratitude. In writing the book, Kim reminds readers to know and appreciate what they have, embracing it with their whole heart, and offers comfort, compassion, and outrageous love to fellow sufferers when they need it most. I'd like all members of the House to thank my friend, Kim Nelson, for her years of dedication to her community, for sharing her story, and her willingness to help others. Well done, Kim. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Benjamin Bridge, a trailblazing winery in the Annapolis Valley, on achieving B Corp certification as of February 29, 2004. This prestigious certification is awarded to businesses meeting the highest standards of social and environmental responsibility, transparency, and accountability. Benjamin Bridge joins an elite global community, becoming only the second winery in Canada to receive this honor. Since its founding in 1999 by Jerry McConnell and the late Derek Gordon, Benjamin Bridge has remained committed to sustainability, from its regenerative farming practices to fostering strong community ties. Now led by Ashley and Devon McConnell-Gordon, the winery's certification reinforces its dedication to employee well-being, local suppliers, environmental stewardship, and ethical governance. Benjamin Bridge partnership with Goosecape First Nation and ongoing investment in rural jobs, health benefits, and volunteer work highlight their impact beyond the vineyard. Madam Speaker, I congratulate Benjamin Bridge on this remarkable achievement and their continued contribution to the community and the land they so carefully steward. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I will add to the words of the member from Dartmouth North that we mark the reopening of Halifax Public Libraries today with a great congratulations to the members of the Nova Scotia Union of Public and Private Employees, Local 14, following ratification on the weekend of their agreement after almost a month on strike. The union was clear from the outset that the employer needed to understand the changing context of library work, which includes the deepening impact of the rising cost of living, as well as the work of community social workers that library workers are increasingly being called to take on. The 340 members of the union, librarians, technicians, assistants, administrative, technical, and maintenance staff, placed better wages, increased sick time, and parental leave equality for adoptive and biological parents at the center of their negotiations. Union members voted 59% in favor of the settlement, indicating that public libraries in Halifax, as they reopen today, have many issues which are with their workforce, which still call out to be addressed. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Permission to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the Speaker's Gallery, we have an exceptional basketball coach, Mr. Pat Havard. Pat, please rise and accept the warm welcome of the House of Assembly.
Welcome. Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge and celebrate Pat Havard, a 19-year coaching veteran. Pat is the coach of the girls' varsity basketball team at Cobequid Education Centre and the head coach of the Lake City 56ers in the MWBA. Pat has guided teams at the professional level to university and post-secondary play in 5 different provinces. For 13 years, Pat coached at the youth sports and CCAA level. Pat guided the U18 boys basketball Nova Scotia team to a bronze medal at the 2022 Canada Summer Games. He was also the head coach of the East Coast Basketball League's Truro Tide. The MWBA has helped 3 players jump from the league to the professional ranks in its 2 seasons of operation. The league showcases many remarkable players, and Pat has made made this his goal to help showcase that talent. Please thank you, Pat, for all that you do, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the journey that Wayne Hatcher has been on, who is now resting comfortably in his Hatchet Lake home. Wayne was diagnosed with prostate cancer in June of 2018, and following surgery later that year, he made a full recovery. The follow-up to the surgery included a new testing program performed every 3 months to measure the amount of PSA in his blood, and in September of 2023, the test indicated the cancer had returned. In 2021, the QE2 Foundation funded a program that provides a new imaging tool in the detection and management of neuroendocrine tumors. The project was fully funded by generous donations to the foundation, allowing patients across Atlantic Canada to benefit. Thanks to this new scanning procedure, other tumors were detected, and with early intervention, Wayne had surgery to remove the tumors from his lungs. The most powerful benefit of this new imaging is detecting the reoccurrence and identifying the extent of the spread of cancer. I would like the members of the host assembly to join me in recognizing the importance of early detection of cancer and the vital role the QE2 Health Science Foundation plays in the health and wellness of all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the many businesses across Nova Scotia who take students from NSCC into their workplaces to provide practical experience in their chosen fields. Thank you for believing in our young people and our youth and for giving them a chance to learn and grow. This past spring, I was asked by Lisa Gower of NSCC Cumberland campus to bring just such a student into my office for a 5-week term. And my team and I were delighted to have Robert LePage join us. I have to say that initially Robbie was a little shy, but it didn't take long for him to demonstrate his research and tech knowledge, and he quickly was a strong member of our team. In fact, after 5 weeks, Robbie filled in for my constituency assistant when he took some time off. I wish Robbie the best of luck as he continues his study at Mount Allison University. Madam Speaker, I encourage my legislative colleagues or any business owner who has the opportunity to offer a student some real-world experience to do so. It benefits them immensely as we move forward in their careers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction, please.
Please do.
Thank you, and I'll ask them to rise. Joining us in your gallery is educator Jane Berrigan, along with students Walker Comstock, Jasmine Ghaffari, Prithviraj Singh, and Phoenix Wilkins.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And these are students who represented Nova Scotia at the Canada-wide Science Fair in May 2024. Madam Speaker, Jane Berrigan has spent more than 25 years in education, bringing energy and enthusiasm to her role. She dedicated 12 of those years to teaching the O2 program, where she opened doors for students in rural Nova Scotia, helping them access opportunities that for some seemed out of reach. Now, as an instructional coach, Jane works closely with teachers, emphasizing student-centered teaching and guiding new educators in building strong relationships and effective classroom management. Jane has also played a key role in the success of science, technology, engineering, and math programming and fairs across the South Shore. In 2024, she was honored with one of Youth Science Canada's Distinguished Service Awards, a recognition given to just 9 educators nationwide. For Jane, the most fulfilling part of her work in STEM is watching the spark of curiosity ignite in her students and seeing them connect in learning their future careers. Jane is one of the many educators across the province who impact our students every day, and I ask the House to join me in expressing our deep gratitude to them for their commitment to education and promoting and delivering science education. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I opened the paper today and I saw, and I want to recognize that Eskazoni First Nation Chief Leroy Denny has been named an honorary Lieutenant Colonel with the Canadian Armed Reserve Regiment in Sydney. In his role, Chief Leroy will serve as a guardian of the regimental traditions and history, promoting the values and identity of the regiment. Denny will also be an advisor to the commanding officer in all non-operational issues. Chief Denny is someone that is well known all over Cape Breton, and I rise to my place to recognize him on his new post and wish him the very best.
Order. Orders of the day, oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the first day of this House session, I asked why the Premier was hiding how many Nova Scotians don't have a family doctor. He proceeded to tell us how important data is to him while he hides that data from the public. On the second day, I asked the Premier why the province wasn't taking action against illegal lobster sales on land where the province has jurisdiction. The Premier simply blamed the federal government. On the third day, we asked why he gave Sobeys $1 million for buying local programs where that is not where local produce is being sold. And Madam Speaker, what was the answer? The Minister told us about wobblers. We're focused on serious issues. Why can't the Premier give us a serious, straightforward answer to any one of these questions?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, we give answers. The member just doesn't like the answers, and the reason the member doesn't like them is because on every issue of significance to this province, he just takes instructions from his boss, Justin Trudeau, the carbon tax, the isthmus, 6,000 asylum seekers that his boss wants to send to Nova Scotia. And every single time that the federal Liberals are calling Nova Scotians names and threatening Nova Scotians, what does he do, Madam Speaker? He stands with the Liberal Party. My question for the member opposite is, when will the member opposite stand up for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition with his first supplementary.
Madam Speaker, par for the course, and my case is made by the Premier himself. Same as on the fourth day of this session. I asked the Premier about a report his government hid recommending tenancy enforcement unit. Instead of explaining why he didn't do it, he attacked tenants as being bad neighbors. On the fifth day, I asked about his plan to double the population when the housing market and government services are buckling. What does he do? Deflect and blame others. On the sixth day, the Premier didn't even show up to work, Madam Speaker, to answer questions.
Order. You are not allowed to state whether a member is here or not. I ask you to stand up and retract that.
Madam Speaker, I certainly will retract that.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
We can't get a straight answer. Does the Premier not think he owes Nova Scotians and this House more than deflecting 2 questions a day as the Premier of this province with a majority government?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know the member opposite says I'm focused on attacking. But really, let's look at what's happened here. When the federal government issued threats to Nova Scotians, who did he side with? The federal Liberals. When federal Liberals were calling Nova Scotians EI folks, who did he stand with, Madam Speaker? The federal Liberals. I'm standing up for Nova Scotians. I'm spending time with Nova Scotians and listening to them. And I suggest the member spend a little bit more time with Nova Scotians over the next few months as well, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition with his final supplementary.
Speaker, if one listens to the Premier, you might think he's not the Premier of this province, that he's auditioning to be the opposition against Trudeau in Ottawa, Madam Speaker. We see the same thing today that we saw on day 7. Asked him about his plan to double the population, deflects and blames. Just like we saw on day 8, when we asked about why he still was hiding the needed doctor numbers, deflected and attacked. And again, we see it today. A Premier that is quickly pointing the blame on other people and not taking his responsibility. When you look at how weak this legislative session was, I have to ask the Premier, is the only reason he actually brought us in here was to gaslight, deflect, blame, mislead, and lie to Nova Scotians?
Order. This is twice now. I asked you to stand up, I asked you to take back that, and I asked you to apologize. You cannot use you know they're unparliamentary words. I ask you to stand up, please. Retract the words and apologize. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I cannot retract those statements. It's the most honest thing that was said in that exchange.
I'm going, order. I'm going to ask one more time if you would please retract that word. If not, then I will refuse to recognize you for the rest of the day. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, I have to, with professional and moral obligation, stand behind what I said because my words were true and the Premier knows it and those that aren't cheering from over there know it as well.
Order. Unfortunately, then, the honourable leader of the official opposition will not be recognized for the rest of the day. We could spend 45 seconds yelling, or I can recognize the honourable Premier. I recognize the honourable Premier.
And what the member forgot to go through was on day 4 when he was against population growth and immigration, and on day 5 when he was all for refugees, and on day 6 when he was back to grow the population, and on day... Madam Speaker, the people in this legislature are elected to represent and stand up for Nova Scotians. And I have not heard a single solid... I've not heard an ounce of solidarity with Nova Scotians from that member in this whole session. What I've seen is Justin Trudeau's cheerleader when he should be standing up for Nova Scotians. And I hope that Nova Scotians...
Order. If the member for Fairview Clayton Park would like to stand up on a point of order after QP, they certainly can. I just want to make one more statement. The rules are the rules, and I ask that everybody stand by them and respect that. I recognize the honourable Premier with 4 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just say, Nova Scotians won't forget. Nova Scotians will remember, and Nova Scotians...
Order. I recognize the honourable leader for the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians want doctors, the ones I talk to. And yesterday, the Minister of Health and Wellness pointed to last year's new doctors agreement as a sign of progress in addressing the doctor recruitment and retention challenges. What the minister didn't acknowledge was that a commitment made in this very agreement specified the provincial government has confirmed that details about the retirement fund will be shared by March 31st, 2024. I didn't get a response yesterday, so I'm hoping the Premier will be able to answer. Was this deadline met? And if not, why not? I don't think this has anything to do with Ottawa, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what we've done since we've taken government is work with healthcare professionals. We haven't fought with them. We've negotiated contracts with them in good faith. We've worked with them. The idea for a pension for doctors, that's pretty innovative. It's not happening anywhere else. And the member may not be aware, but every quarter I meet with all the healthcare leaders from all sectors in the province. We talk about a number of issues. We talk about a number of opportunities. There are a number of discussions happening with healthcare professionals at any given time. And you know what, Madam Speaker? They're excited. They're excited to have a government that supports them and has their back. And we will continue to do that every single day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. I recognize the honourable leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The physicians and the Nova Scotians that I talk to are excited about the day, someday in the future, when they'll be able to stay and make a life here and actually have attachment to primary care. And the need of family practice registry is growing. Over 160,000 Nova Scotians are not attached to primary care or have any kind of health home. Despite efforts to manage the list, Nova Scotia Health is internally preparing for a projected unattached population of 200,000 within the next decade. Meanwhile, despite inflated claims, last year there was a net increase of just 10 family doctors. How is the Premier going to attract and retain the number of doctors we need if he can't keep his promises to them?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, the people working in the healthcare system, they're hopeful for the first time. They see the progress, and they see that what it means to have a government that supports them. Unlike when the last time Nova Scotians gave the NDPs the keys to the province, you know what they did, Madam Speaker? They cut healthcare. You know what they did when faced with a report that there was a looming shortage of doctors? They ignored it, Madam Speaker. You know what we don't do? We don't cut, we don't ignore, we invest, we build, we will continue to do that. And I hear that the leader of the NDP doesn't like political history, but you know what, Madam Speaker? Nova Scotians remember, and they will be reminded, and they will hold to account.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you. The people we're holding to account is this government, and apparently they don't like it. Doctors Nova Scotia cautioned that this government would not ratify Doctors Nova Scotia cautioned this government that it would not ratify the 2023 agreement without the commitment to give doctors concrete details about this promised retirement fund by March 31st, 2024. We know this didn't happen, and we've heard from doctors that they still have no details about this promised program. And in the words of Doctors Nova Scotia, quote, "If this was a misunderstanding, it's a fairly big one." The shortage of doctors, especially family doctors, is one of the key issues facing our healthcare system. Can the Premier explain to Nova Scotians why he broke his promise to family doctors when we need them so badly?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, the agreement with Doctors Nova Scotia with doctors was ratified. And do you know what else, Madam Speaker? You know how many other agreements were ratified in this province since we've been governed just 3 short years? 289 agreements. Tough but fair, including agreements with doctors, nurses, paramedics, teachers. I could go on, Madam Speaker, but I just want to let this House know that we negotiate in good faith. We believe in the collective bargaining process, and that agreement was ratified because it was a good deal for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, in the gallery are Nancy Saunders, Heather Spidell, and Cindy Corbett. They are members of the Nova Scotia Mums for Collaborative and Compassionate Mental Health Care. Last week, on September 10, World Suicide Awareness Day, they joined us in the House to raise awareness about suicide and to advocate for important changes to our mental health system. The Minister of Addiction and Mental Health agreed to meet with these mothers. Madam Speaker, these mothers have let me know that they have not heard from the Minister or the Premier to set up a meeting. Could the Minister or the Premier commit today to a meeting date, please?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for this important question. So the loss of a loved one, especially a child, is unimaginable. So my condolences are certainly with the families. I did have the opportunity to meet with the members from this group on 2 occasions, one with the Minister of Community Service and once with the Premier. We certainly have offered to continue that dialogue with families, as we know this is a very important issue. But we also have an obligation, I think, as a government to try to balance people's personal health information in a safe manner. So that invitation certainly remains open to those families. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not sure if I heard any commitment. There were 3 bills that were introduced in the House.
Order. I ask that the members speak through me. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't hear from the Minister's response that there is a commitment to a date, especially after 3 bills and real good information that was introduced here by the mothers. There were so many of them in the House, and they're just asking for a date to keep up this advocacy and to make a difference. Can they commit to a date to meet with these mothers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as part of those conversations, we did extend the invitation to have a roundtable discussion with families as part of that conversation with clinicians, with stakeholders across the province. To my knowledge, that invitation has not been answered. Certainly still willing to have sit down with the families and have conversations. I would encourage them to reach out to myself and the government. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for North Side Westmount.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Premier didn't answer the Leader of the Opposition's questions why the doctor waitlist numbers are being hidden. It's been months since this data was available to Nova Scotians. It's important that Nova Scotians are able to understand the depth of our current healthcare crisis. So I'll ask the Minister of Health today, will she commit to releasing the doctor waitlist numbers every month, even if those numbers are being updated?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. So as I've said before, we are undergoing a validation process, and it is a very high-touch validation process. We are calling individuals, and it is a lengthy process. So we are very committed to giving data to Nova Scotians. In fact, the Action for Health website has more data than has ever been shared with Nova Scotians about how the system is performing. We release a number of updates, sometimes monthly, sometimes quarterly, sometimes annually. It depends on the metric. So we'll continue to release information to Nova Scotians about how the system is performing, and when the validation is complete, we will release the numbers to Nova Scotians. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for North Side Westmount.
Madam Speaker, these explanations are contradictory to what is being said by the bureaucracy. The Premier and the Minister have said they're not going to release the numbers until they're finished going through them. However, last week, the interim president and CEO of Nova Scotia Health said that there could be progress reports while the department calls the people on the list, and I'll table that. My question to the minister, will she commit to these progress reports?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly we are in touch on a regular basis about the metrics that we're using to measure healthcare. The Need a Family Practice Registry is one of those metrics. So the validation process is underway. There's been a number of phone calls made. I can't speak specifically about the information that the CEO has said that she will share. I can certainly check with her, but I will say that the validation process is underway to make sure that we better understand the needs of Nova Scotians in terms of their health care, whether or not some people are still attached, whether people have been attached and are not taken off the list. This is not a tedious process, there's no question, but it's very patient-centered, and I stand by the process, and we will give information as soon as it's available. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's not just the number of Nova Scotians without a family doctor that the Premier is hiding. All the data related to primary care, the number of Nova Scotians accessing virtual care, the number of Nova Scotians going to mobile clinics, even the number of Nova Scotians visiting the diabetes centre. All of this was last updated in May, and I'll table what the dashboard looks like right now. What is the Premier hiding when he will not release these numbers?
Before I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, I'd just like to say we are very rambunctious in here today. And we are finding colorful words, but eventually they will lead up to a very unparliamentary word. So I ask that people stay above the boards. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I've said before, there's more data available than has ever been available before. Folks can go back and look at the previous day performance in the health system, depending on what the metric is. We have a number of people who give us data around the care that they provide, and it comes in at different times. So if you want to look at that, we have virtual care, we have primary care clinics, we have mobile clinics, we have urgent treatment centers, we have urgent care centers, we have primary care clinics. All of these individuals all of these 70,000 access points per month in our system feed in and tell us how our system is performing. And I am sorry that sometimes it is a bit delayed, but I can assure you that those numbers are accurate and represent a transformed healthcare system. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask the minister to look at the document that I tabled in which every month data was provided to the diabetes clinic, except May, it suddenly stops. Madam Speaker, I understand that the government is contacting people on the list. This does not impact the province releasing other primary care statistics, including how many Nova Scotians are using virtual care. Madam Speaker, these are statistics that the Premier and the Minister usually like to highlight. My question to the Minister is, why can't Nova Scotians see them? When will she release them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So as I've said before, there are metrics that go up on a daily basis. Some go up on a monthly basis. Some go up on a quarterly basis. Some go up on an annual basis. And sometimes there's month to month. Things don't change all that month. So Action for Health has a quarterly newsletter. I actually thought it went out last week, but I will double check. Believe me, the successes of this government in healthcare are many, and we are not hiding them from Nova Scotians. We want them to know about the care and the investment that we're making in infrastructure and in access to care for them. We are not hiding anything, and so I can assure the member that I will hand deliver any report that I have available to me about the statistics of the utilization of the healthcare system.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. The Minister's department has been fighting Jennifer Brady in court for 2 years over a procedure that is covered by MSI. My question is why? Brady has debilitating lymphedema and there is no treatment currently available in Nova Scotia. The department is saying it won't cover out-of-province expenses without a specialist referral made in the province, but no specialist exists here. Will the minister end this legal battle and allow Jennifer Brady to receive the care she needs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly know that this is a very difficult situation for Ms. Brady. This matter is before the courts, and I will not comment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, the matter is in the courts. It's also on national news, and Ms. Brady has shared her story with the CBC. Without access to the care she needs, Brady applied for MAID earlier this year. The head clinician who reviewed her application found that it met all criteria except that the condition cannot be treated. There is treatment available. And as the clinician told the minister's department in his letter, your office can make that happen. We know it is within the minister's ability to help Brady and many others like her. Will she do that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I appreciate that this is a very difficult situation. Ms. Brady is free to share her personal health information. I, however, am not. And so I will not be able to comment any further on this situation.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also saw the CBC interview, and I heard it this morning, and I have to say I was disappointed that the minister is unwilling to look into this issue with a 46-year-old mother who has actually applied for medical assisted in dying because she cannot get the health care that she needs, and she's in excruciating pain. I want to ask the minister just a simple question, if she has been in touch with Ms. Brady on this issue.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, this is information that I'm certainly not going to share on the floor of the legislature. This matter is between the Department of Health and the individual. It is a matter for the courts, and I'm not able or willing to comment publicly.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're not asking for her to talk about personal health information, and I'm not going to talk about personal health information of other people who have accessed this care outside of province when previous ministers of health had authorized surgeries outside of this province. The application to MAID is what caused the doctor to reach out to the minister's office to discuss her case. MSI requires a medical referral and seems to me that she has it. Will the minister use the authority that she has based on significant clinical rationale, as was used in the past, to help people in general in this situation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly the members in the chamber will know that there is a procedure that is available to all Nova Scotians if they are seeking care outside of Nova Scotia. That policy is there. If people do feel that the services they require are outside of the province, certainly they can work through their clinicians or they can contact the Department of Health and Wellness so that we can accompany them and make sure they have all the information they require. That policy has been long-standing. There has been no change to that policy, and I cannot speak about individual cases.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, as you know, I introduced a resolution related to Kira's Law, which would give judges training when considering domestic violence as a factor in custody hearings. I was disappointed that members of the government refused to give the resolution unanimous consent. This law is named after Kira Kagan, a 4-year-old child who lost her life to domestic violence. A similar law was adopted unanimously in the House of Commons. My question to the Minister of Justice is, will she commit to passing Kira's Law?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. One of the things that everyone in this legislature agrees on is that intimate partner violence and domestic violence are an epidemic. And for the first time, our government, as well as the opposition parties, recognize that formally in the legislature. And certainly, as was evident from the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations, that all levels of government need to do so. And so I hope that other levels of government follow our program. In terms of the actions of our government, in terms of domestic violence and intimate partner violence and all of the issues, there are a number of initiatives that we have undertaken, and I'll have more opportunity to talk about that in a minute.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we know, the more things change in this House, the more they seem to stay the same. So to give the Premier some political history, back 17 years ago in 2007, the former MLA for Clayton Park introduced a bill to try and eliminate domestic violence. The PC government of the day did not adopt it after it had gone through law amendments. In the spring, the former Minister of Justice had to resign after his comments on domestic violence. And yes, I'm tabling all of this. And just last week, the Premier hastily reversed course after opposing legislation to declare domestic violence as an epidemic. Now that the Minister of Justice, I will ask her, she has agreed that everything is, she acknowledges it's an epidemic. Is it yes or no to passing Kira's Law?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. As all members of this legislature know, when opposition parties introduce legislation, the government of the day doesn't necessarily take that legislation and pass it right away. And I can think of a couple of examples. Adoption disclosure legislation. And there are other pieces of legislation that I introduced that the government of the day did not pass, the Liberal government, but in the next session or two of the legislature, they took them and they passed them. However, the recent events of last week, the Premier, who is more than willing to look at a situation and make a different decision based on new information, proudly supported the all-party passing of that legislation. Thank you, Madam.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin. Or no, sorry, King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the issue of Ms. Brady that the minister will not comment on, I have been working for 10 years with a constituent of mine named James Skinner, who has been desperately trying to get relief from a condition caused by a botched operation in 2011. He has been to Stanford, he's been to Vancouver, he needs a procedure, and he is continually denied by the Nova Scotia Health Authority and MSI to receive treatment. That's not. It's a very rare. He's one of 5 people that were studying in a Stanford study. Will the minister agree to look into this and resolve it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I've said before, there certainly is a process that has been long-standing in Department of Health and Wellness when people come forward with a variety of different treatments. There are a number of processes in place, and certainly some of the folks who served in Cabinet or as Ministers of Health will understand there is a very in-depth process in order to access treatments in Canada. It needs to be approved by the Canadian Drug Association, formerly known as CADTH. It needs to have evidence-based. It needs for clinicians to say that this is the expert pathway. These are not arbitrary decisions that are made by the Department of Health. The processes are there to guide us, to support us, and make sure that patients are getting evidence-based care. And when there is a different model, we do our very best to accommodate patients, but we cannot do everything.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
With all due respect to the minister, those procedures are failing Nova Scotians. 10 years my constituent has pleaded. He's gone to the press. He's gone to various ministers. I've written this letter in November of 2022. I've hand-delivered it to the minister on April 3rd in 2023 in this chamber. I hand-delivered it again to the minister on March 26th at 6:24 p.m. in this chamber. My constituent got one call for information and never got a call back. This is failing Nova Scotians. The minister has the power, as my colleague has indicated, to intervene. Will the minister intervene on these cases?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's really important that those processes are in place. We don't rely on the judgment of politicians in this chamber who are not qualified to decide whether or not things are appropriate or not. We have experts in the department. We have experts in our health authority. We have experts and evidence that emerges and helps guide our decisions. I know there are a number of emerging treatments. We are working very hard to stay on the edge of that. We are involved with life sciences. We are involved with technology. We are doing the very best we can, but we need to ensure that the procedures that we send people for are evidence-based and will in fact help them. And there are some times that cannot be proven. And I know that is difficult, but these policies exist for a reason.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just continuing with this conversation, the minister says that politics shouldn't come into play here, but the minister there was a change to the Health Insurance Regulations Act to give the minister discretion in these cases. In February 2023, following Jennifer Brady's advocacy with the department, the policy changed. It was quietly changed to allow referrals from other physicians at the minister's discretion. Brady reapplied, hoping that these changes meant that a referral could be approved for future care, and yesterday that application was denied. The application could have been approved at the minister's discretion. Why is the minister standing in the way of this woman's care needs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the advocacy that's happening in the House. This is an individual case. The matter is before the courts, and I will not comment further on it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, the matter is before the courts because this government is keeping it before the courts. They could settle it and it would be out of the courts and it could be over. And Jennifer Brady could have the care she needs. My question is, despite recent media attention, Jennifer Brady's case has been on the minister's desk for over 2 years. Brady has corresponded over this time with both the minister's constituency assistant and the special advisor. Why hasn't the minister been looking for a path?
Order. Okay. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Again, Madam Speaker, I'm not trying to be obtuse. There is a process in place for all Nova Scotians. There is a matter before the courts. It doesn't matter how many times I'm asked. There is no way that I'm going to disclose information on the floor of this legislature.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question is around ambulance offload times in Cape Breton. At the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, the offload times are 114 minutes. That's almost 2 hours that ambulances are waiting there on average to offload patients. This is tying up resources and putting lives at risk. My question to the Minister of Health is, why are offload times so high in Cape Breton, and why aren't Cape Bretoners getting the care that they deserve?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly offload times are something that we measure on a shift-to-shift basis, daily basis, sometimes minute-to-minute basis, depending on the situation. We know that the system is interconnected. There will be a number of issues that would affect offload times, up to and including staffing levels. It would include occupancy levels in the hospital. It would include a variety of different things. But in regards to Cape Bretoners getting care, we have invested millions of dollars in the care for Cape Bretoners, and I certainly hope that that is not the narrative that the member is promoting. We have invested in a PET scanner. We have invested in a cath lab. We have invested in physicians. We have invested in a variety of different ways to make sure that Cape Bretoners have care closer to home.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the minister wasn't here in the last session, but her government.
Order.
No, it was the last session.
So correct that. Thank you. No, you. Well, we stopped the clock, actually. As soon as I say order, the clock stops. Well, it should have stopped. I don't keep track of the clock. All right. Will you please retract and rephrase what you said? I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Sure, I'm happy to retract. There was a miscommunication there. I'm talking about the last government when we'd made $1 billion of investment in healthcare infrastructure that the government never supported of the day. So, and that's true, and that's true, Madam Speaker. So the minister can go back and look at that. But just to talk about the past, in January of 2021, the average offload time at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital was 32 minutes. It was 32 minutes back in 2001, and I would happily sit down and do a comparison on the primary care wait list from those years compared to now. So my question to the minister is, what is she going to do to help offload times at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital?
I recognize the honourable minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to assure the member that we are monitoring that. And what have we done to improve offload times? We have increased the number of nursing seats by 200. We have introduced EMRs, emergency medical responders. We have introduced a transfer plane that takes patients from Sydney and Yarmouth, putting over 10,000 hours of ground ambulance services back in. We are working with recruitment for physicians in Sydney and Cape Breton at large. There are a number of things that we are doing. We have a medical school at CBU that even the member opposite must have to clap for. I can assure the member opposite the care that is delivered at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital is top of mind, and we are focused on improving health care in Cape Breton.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of my constituents, Ms. McDonald, wrote to me in June about a medical condition she's experiencing. She needs to see a neurologist. Unfortunately for Ms. McDonald, she's being told that the wait time to see a neurologist in Nova Scotia is 5 years. My question to the minister, why does it currently take 5 years for Nova Scotians to see a neurologist, and why are wait times not listed on her department's website?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly over the last number of years, we've worked very hard to increase our specialty services in the province. And I will say that not only in Central Zone, but also across the province. So one of the things that we are doing is looking at where the referrals are coming from and working with our internal medicine and surgical teams in our rural hospitals so that they are strengthened and that rural physicians can then refer patients locally, which will help take some of the pressure off of our central zone specialists. So there's a number of things that are happening. Recruitment continues to be a challenge. We know that we are competing globally, nationally, amongst other provinces, but there are a number of initiatives underway, and the collective agreement that was settled with doctors is an excellent start.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Madam Speaker, my office wrote to the minister in July asking her specifically about Ms. McDonald's case, and we're given any information that we could give to her. It's been years that Ms. McDonald has been experiencing symptoms which have been escalating, and she needs to get a proper diagnosis and treatment. Nova Scotians can't wait 5 years. Will the minister commit to responding to Ms. McDonald's letter forwarded to her office in July and taking action to improve neurological care in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I can't confirm whether that email was responded to or not. I will have to check. But certainly if the individual wants to work with us directly, it will require that a consent is signed and forwarded to us so that we can look into the case more clearly. We are working very hard to make sure that people have access to the specialty services they need. And one of the innovative ways we're doing that is through virtual hallway, so that physicians in their offices, GPs, can reach out to specialists to get support, physician to physician, in order to create care plans. So there may be a number of innovative ways in which we can support the patient. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Non-disclosure agreements are used in this province to silence victims of sexual harassment, sexual abuse, sexual battery. NDAs empower criminals, Madam Speaker. NDAs silence victims and empower criminals to continue their cycle of abuse. It is wonderful to see a woman in the role of justice, in the leadership role of justice in this province. And I'm wondering, through the Speaker, my question to the Minister is, will she make a commitment to change the laws of NDAs that continue to silence victims of sexual assault, battery, and abuse in this province? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I've been waiting for an opportunity to talk. So this is such an important issue. And so what I can say to all of the members of this House and to all victims of any type of intimate partner domestic violence is there have been considerable work across departments with the Minister of Council for the Status of Women. We have met with Can't Bomb My Silence organization. We have met with Unifor. We have met with our federal Minister of Justice. There are also another number of organizations that we've met with. We've reviewed all of the legislation, and I've met with the Minister of Justice from PEI as well as New Brunswick as well, and I'll have more to say about it in my supplementary. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question was very specific around the misuse of NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. And what we've asked for in this legislature, myself and my colleagues here in opposition, is for the laws to change in this province that continue to allow perpetrators the cycle of abuse. Those in the PC party before the last election actually made a commitment to many people throughout this province that they would in fact change the laws allowing the misuse of NDAs in cases of sexual assault. So my question once again, it's very specific to the Minister of Justice, who is a woman, who I'm so proud to see in this leadership role, is will she help victims of sexual assault and change the laws around NDAs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. So what I can share with all Nova Scotians is that we have an FPT meeting of justice next month, and I have asked them to include this issue and this discussion in those discussions, because when I spoke to them, it isn't necessarily a national issue, but it needs to be recognized. The Uniform Law Council of Canada has had a working group on NDAs, and I'm aware of the progress that they are partaking in, because we're aware of that process. And we are hosting the Uniform Law Council of Canada next August as well, and I look forward to having more to update the House once those sessions are completed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Service Nova Scotia. A community legal worker from Dalhousie Legal Aid recently described fixed-term leases as a leading cause of rental instability and housing insecurity in this province. These leases have become the standard practice for landlords to evict renters and hike up the prices for the next tenant. Renters across this province are fearful that they will lose their home just because their landlord wants to get around the cap. So my question to the minister is, why does this government refuse to close the fixed-term lease loophole?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, nobody in this legislature wants to see Nova Scotians homeless. I spoke about that yesterday in debate, Madam Speaker. The fact is, and I've answered this question a number of times in the legislature, about the housing crisis. We are in a housing crisis, Madam Speaker, and we know that Nova Scotians need more choices of where and how they want to live. That's why we're creating the environment to build more supply. That is the solution to the housing crisis, Madam Speaker. We are making historic investments in housing, in supportive housing, in affordable housing, in student housing, housing to support healthcare workers, Madam Speaker, removing the provincial portion of the HST on new builds, supporting skilled trades, Madam Speaker. We could go on. That is the absolute solution to the housing crisis. We're not stopping.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad the minister said he wanted to create an environment and a better system. Well, we have a better system. It's sitting on the table. It's the rent control system that has a robust amount of options and safeguards and preventions and all of these things that are within that. So the minister can make that choice. Chrissy Harper is a renter who has lived in Halifax for about 10 years, and next month they will be forced to move out of this province because their fixed-term lease ended and they can't find another home they can afford. Chrissy has worked hard to build a life in Nova Scotia and was looking forward to growing their family and putting down roots. Madam Speaker, what does this minister have to say to young Nova Scotians like Chrissy who are being forced to leave this province because they cannot find housing they can afford?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will remind all members of the House and members of the NDP caucus that we do have a housing plan, a housing strategy. It's working. We're making those investments to support Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, do you know what housing activists said about the last NDP housing strategy? They said, and I quote, "The strategy completely misses the boat for people who are homeless or at risk of eviction." And that is not a strategy. NDP didn't invest in public housing. We are. They didn't invest in affordable housing. We are. We're doing it right, and we're getting it done.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, in recent months, a gentleman I know collapsed while taking a walk on a rural road in Annapolis. EHS was called to the scene and they pronounced the gentleman deceased. After EHS left, family members remained with their family member for hours before funeral home workers arrived to transport the body. The deceased was covered but in full view of several cars and passing traffic. Understandably, the family was quite upset by how long it took for their loved one to be transported from the scene. Does the minister believe that this is standard practice? And if so, is it acceptable for a deceased person to remain in public view for hours before being transported?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. It sounds like a very difficult situation. I'm not familiar with it. I would have to double check policies, but when someone is deceased, when paramedics arrive, they actually typically would not transport that individual, and it would be the medical examiner. So I don't want to defer the question. I would have to find more about it, but I do feel it sits under, I believe, justice with the medical examiner, but we're certainly happy to look into that for you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I appreciate the answer from the minister. She just confirmed or acknowledged that she would double check. More than double checking and acknowledging that there's several groups involved, I'm asking, will the minister commit to a full review of policy, legislation, contracts, anything relating to a handling of a body in a public place? Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So certainly details about the individual would be the place where we would need to start to understand and interrogate the situation, the EHS call, etc., as well as the medical examiner follow-up. So I can commit to looking into that case further and working with my colleagues in Justice to understand the process.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to the minister has expired. Government business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you, Speaker. As per our quick discussion, I beg leave to make a quick introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in the Speaker's gallery today is my oldest daughter, Jenna Johns, and her friend, Lydia Foster. Jenna and Lydia are both in their first year at Mount St. Vincent University, and they're in the same political science class. And they wanted to come here today to see the political process in action. So I'd like to ask all the members of the House to please give them a warm welcome.
Welcome. We sure hope you enjoyed your time here. Government business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. Joining us in the West Gallery today, we have two people joining us that are very special to me. We have Jamie Dawson and his son Lou Dawson, who is here visiting from Glasgow. Dr. Dawson is one of our new doctors that we have recently attracted to Queens County. Jamie was my former CA and has now moved on to bigger and better things than working in my office. But I just want to say, Lou, welcome to the People's House. It's a pleasure to have you here. I know you have great love for Nova Scotia, for law, for politics, and I love the fact that you follow all my social media. So thanks for getting those numbers up for me. Please join in.
Welcome. We hope you enjoyed your time here. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery, we have two of the Dartmouth East constituent assistants, Emily Bernard and Lucy Richard, and I'd ask colleagues to please give a warm welcome to Emily and Lucy to the House of Assembly.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. Third time's trying time. I recognize the Honourable Government Business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do now move that you leave the chair and the House resolve itself on a committee of the whole House on bills.
So moved. We shall have a short recess.
Order. Order. Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 469, Private and Local Bills, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Fund?
Bill number 469, an act to amend Chapter 81 of the Acts of 1876, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Act.
Chair, Bill 469 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Private and Local Bills on September 18, 2024, without amendments and contains 3 clauses.
Is there debate on Clause 1? Clause 1. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 2 and 3 carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 487, King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre Continuation Act?
Bill number 487, an act to continue King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre as a society under the Societies Act and to repeal Chapter 16 of the Acts of 1990, the King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 487 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on September 18, 2024, without amendments and contains 6 clauses.
Clause 1, is there debate? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 2 to 6 carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 467, Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act and the Residential Tenancies Act?
Bill number 467, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act, and Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 467 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on September 17, 2024, without amendments and contains 28 clauses.
Clause 1. Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I direct members to CWHB NDP 1, the change sheet relative to clauses 1 and 2, which, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll speak to together. And I would be, if this is what you would like, I'd be willing to forego the reading of the entire sheet, since members have it in front of them. But if it's in order for me to read it, I'll certainly read it.
Yeah, you have to read it.
I have to read it. Okay. So the changes as follows. Delete and substitute the following clauses. 1, brackets 1, subsection 4, bracket 1 of Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act, as amended by Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2023, is amended by brackets A, striking out, quotes, by an existing tenant, and substituting, quote, for a rental unit regardless of tenant, unquote. Brackets B, striking out the comma at the end of clause brackets C and substituting a semicolon, and brackets C, adding immediately after clause C the following clauses. D, From January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2026 inclusive, the percentage change from year to year in the Consumer Price Index for the province for goods and services as reported monthly by Statistics Canada averaged over the 12-month period that ends at the end of May of the previous calendar year, rounded to the first decimal point. And E, from January 1st, 2027 to December 31st, 2027 inclusive, the percentage change from year to year in the Consumer Price Index for the province for goods and services as reported monthly by Statistics Canada averaged over the 12-month period that ends at the end of May of the previous calendar year, rounded to the first decimal point. And D, adding quotes or previous tenant after quotes the tenant. Brackets 2, subsection 4, brackets 2 of Chapter 22 is amended by adding quotes or new after quotes existing. 2, Section 7 of Chapter 22 is repealed and the following section substituted. 7, brackets 1. This act, except Section 5, expires and ceases to have any force or effect, brackets A, after December 31st, 2027, or brackets B, upon a permanent rent control system under which rental increases are tied to units and not tenants being implemented in the province, whichever is earlier. So I would like to I'm sorry, yeah. And brackets 2, Section 5 of this Act expires and ceases to have any force or effect 1 year after this Act expires and ceases to have any force or effect under subsection 1. So this series of amendments, Mr. Chair, contains 3 main proposals, 3 main changes. We'll speak in turn to the 3 of them. The first main change here would be to remove the exclusion of new tenancies, which operates in the current rent cap, and to do this by tying the rent cap to the unit rather than to the tenancies. Now, this is an awfully important point because in many ways, this issue of whether the rent cap is tied to the tenancy or the unit may be seen as the root of all evil in residential tenancies in Nova Scotia, because it's the barn door that opens to the abuse of fixed-term leases, and at the same time, it's the primary reason for the overall failure of the present rent cap to actually do what it was designed to do, what we needed to do to cap the rent. Now, the relation between these elements, the ubiquity of fixed-term leases, the tying of the rent cap to existing tenancies, and the failure of the rent cap to actually cap the rent. This is something, the relation between these 3 things, that has become more and more widely understood by the public, and particularly by renters in our province. Now, I'd like to read briefly, if I may, from an email that was sent to me a couple of weeks ago by a correspondent named Megan Balcom, who has given me her permission to share this with the House, who compellingly relates these 3 elements in her own experience. The email was also sent to the Premier. So she writes, I'm a resident of Halifax. I'm writing to you today about the province's housing crisis. One big problem is that the rent cap, which prevents landlords from raising the rent more than 5% a year, is tied only to the lease rather than to the unit. This means that fixed-term leases have become incredibly popular, as a landlord can rent the unit out a year at a time, then decline the tenant a new one, leaving them scrambling to find a new place to live. And then she goes on, Mr. Chair, to speak about her own experience as a consequence. Quote, while I haven't been made to leave my unit via fixed-term lease or renovation, I did attempt to move due to conditions last year. I rent a 3-bedroom apartment with a roommate for $1,400 a month. When attempting to move, I looked at 2-bedroom units, much further out of the city core than my current apartment, and even with a roommate, I could not afford any of them. The average 2-bedroom is now $2,680, with a 3-bedroom like mine averaging $3,170. I have a full-time job that pays above minimum wage. I cannot afford half that rent. I don't even come close to being able to afford the average one-bedroom, $20.50, or even studio, $17.97. And this means for me that despite a recurring ceiling leak, a never-ending ant problem, and a landlord that ignores requests for maintenance, I have no choice but to continue to live in my unit for the foreseeable future. By tying the rental increase cap to the lease, she writes, rather than to the unit itself, landlords are incentivized to have higher and higher turnover, switching to fixed-term leases, renovating tenants, or just attempting to push tenants to move out voluntarily through poor conditions, management, and upkeep, end quote. Well, this amendment that we in the NDP are proposing, Mr. Chair, addresses the whole range of shortcomings. Fixed-term leases, the unit tied to the unit, the failure of the rent cap, the whole range of shortcomings in the present rent cap system, as Megan Balcom here has so directly related to her own experience. And I want to be clear about the importance and the effect of the acceptance or non-acceptance of this amendment. If the government does not accept this amendment, they are, in fact, that their rent cap will not cap the rent. That's one. Now, a second component of this amendment is that it addresses the, I think, odd feature of this legislation that it provides absolutely no reasoning for its key provision, the 5%, and provides zero logic, zero process by which anybody could derive that number. It is, I think, a strange moment this week for the Conservative government to be establishing a 5% allowable annual rent increase to the end of 2027. Because this is the very week when, the day before yesterday, Statistics Canada announced that the actual rate of inflation has declined to 2%. 2%. So the effect of the passage of the bill that is before us, if it remains unamended, is that landlords are going to be granted allowable annual rent increases 2.5 times, double and a half, the actual economic rate of inflation. There is, Mr. Chair, no justification whatsoever for landlords to be permitted by the government annual rent increases going to December 31st, 2027, which are double and a half the size in the actual, concrete, real inflationary increase of the economy of Nova Scotia. Of course, this is exactly what's so difficult about this particular point in the legislature, because when we go to talk about the 5% in the interim rent cap, there's no justification present, there's no formula, there's no logic that we can engage with and present the evidence to explain about how, in fact, it is so inappropriate to have a rent cap that's double and a half the actuals of inflation. Because what we're dealing here with, it's like trying to clean up soot on a stovepipe. Like you can't quite get it. It's the out of thin air rent cap. It's there and it's not there, because it has no foundational explanation for how it is to be derived. This is not true anywhere else in Canada. So I want to emphasize in arguing for this amendment that what the government is doing here is actually a very odd thing. Rent control is in place in many different forms in many provinces and territories in Canada. But in no province or territory in Canada do we have rent control where the number is set forward without some deriving logic. Every province has a system. There are really almost as many systems as there are provinces and territories with rent control. But the distinguishing thing is that they all have a logic. None of them pulls their number out of thin air except this bill. except the way that the capless rent cap that fails to cap rent, that's a 5% rent cap that allows rent to actually rise by 18% and has no logic for where they got the 5 in the first place. Nobody else would do this. Nobody else does do this. So we can look at our neighbors here in the Maritimes. In PEI, in their Residential Tenancy Act, they have a formula. It says that the annual allowable rent increase is to be derived by a combination of the CPI and a consultation system that they have. In New Brunswick, they have a different formula. It starts from the CPI. This number that Statistics Canada said this week is 2%. It starts from CPI and then adds a certain percentage in cases when the inflation rate exceeds a certain legislated ceiling. But in Nova Scotia, we have, unless we adopt this amendment, an annual allowable rent increase that is double and a half the actual CPI increase, and we have that on the basis of nothing. Now, when I was brought up, we learned a lot of creative ways about saying the word nothing. I can think about half a dozen different ways, none of which would be acceptable here to say the word nothing. But I'm grasping for them because I want to emphasize it. It is a weird thing to adopt a rent cap that's double and a half the actual of inflation, provide no reason why you're doing that, and put that all on the basis of a foundation of zip and squat. That's what we have. So no other province or territory with a rent cap fails to offer any system on the basis of which that cap can be derived. So that's the second point. Now, the third point that we want to establish is that we want to propose that the bill be modified. Well, no, I'll just conclude my second point by saying that our proposal will be to include a deriving formula for the rent ceiling under the legislation, and the deriving formula that we propose is the one that is used in a number of other jurisdictions in Canada, and that's simply to apply the CPI. So that's our second point. But the third and final point I wish to make is that these amendments also provide for the present interim failed rent cap. The rent cap that sets 5% and has rents increased by 18% on the basis of a logic of 0. It provides for this present rent cap to be superseded and to expire upon the day of the establishment of a real system of permanent, universal, comprehensive, transparent rent control in Nova Scotia. So these, Mr. Chair, are the amendments that we wish to propose. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? It's defeated. I recognize the Honourable Member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Draw members' attention to change sheet CWHB Lib 1, which reads as follows. Page 1, clauses 1 and 2, delete and substitute the following clauses. 1, clause 4(1)(c) of Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act, as enacted by Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2023, is amended by striking out the amount permitted by the regulations and substituting, and for each subsequent calendar year, the allowed percentage. 2, Chapter 22 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 4 the following section. 4A1. The Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board shall, no later than October 1st, 2024, and on July 1st in each subsequent year, set the allowed percentage for increases in rent payable under Clause 4(1)(c) in the following calendar year. 2, the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board shall establish a process to determine the allowed percentage for increases in rent payable under Clause 4(1)(c). Subsection 3, the process referred to in subsection 2 must take into account housing affordability, cost of living, and market conditions, and include consultation with relevant stakeholders. 3, Section 7 of Chapter 22 is repealed and the following section substituted. 7(1), this Act, except Section 5, expires and ceases to have any force or effect on and after January 1st of the first year following a year in which the average provincial vacancy rate for residential apartments in the province, as established by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, meets or exceeds 4%. 2, Section 5 of this Act expires and ceases to have any force or effect 1 year after the date referred to in subsection 1. And 3, the governor and council shall publish a notice of the criteria referred to in subsection 1 being met in the Royal Gazette within 1 month of the criteria being met, renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. So, Mr. Chair, this is the first of 3 amendments that our caucus will be bringing forward on this bill that I think work in tandem together to create a system that is a system. And I know colleagues from the NDP caucus mentioned that yesterday, but what we have right now in terms of a rent cap is not a system. That's not a word I would use to describe it. It's a mishmash. It's a Frankenstein system that's been pulled together from spare parts to provide, in my view, political cover on an issue that is really hard and really complex. And that's kind of the job of government at all levels, is to deal with hard, complex problems and do something about them and make arguments and give reasons as to why you're making important decisions. And unfortunately, as the member for Halifax-Chebucto put it earlier, we have zip and squat in terms of reasons as to why these decisions are being made. So 5%, as we know, is the number today. It will be the number until the end of 2027. Why? Why? At bill briefings, I was asking about that. I was told, well, that's a political question. So I asked the politicians. Didn't get an answer. And we have 2% inflation in the country now, which is really good news. We should all be happy about that. We have rent cap increases in every other province in the country that are, in some cases, 70% of what we have. In some cases, they're less than half. You know, Manitoba next year, in 2025, will have a rent cap increase of 1.7%. Ontario, which is obviously the largest rental market in the country, 2.5%. BC, just over 3%. So what are we doing wrong? What are we doing wrong to have a 5% increase and no justification? So I'm just going to leave that on the table, because that is the fact of the matter, is that this government is either unable or unwilling to explain such an important decision, and either option doesn't give me a great deal of confidence. So what we've proposed in this amendment would be to, like every other province, take the decision of how much rent should go up year over year, take it out of the hands of politicians or cabinet, and move it into the hands of an independent body, in this case the UARB, which obviously has expertise and a track record in terms of setting rates for complex systems, like power rates, for example. And this is very similar to the system that's in place in PEI, for example. So we also think, similar, I would say, to the previous amendment from the NDP, that formula, first of all, should be a formula, number one. It should have some coherent logic to it, and it should include things like cost of living, affordability, consultation with relevant stakeholders, so that, as I've said earlier in this session, government can show its work when it comes to this issue, rather than just saying, hey, 5% is cool. Why is 5% cool? Just trust us. It's good, which is not obviously acceptable in my view. And the other piece of this, which obviously is a distinction, I would say, between this amendment and the previous amendment, is the what you would call a sunset clause. So we've said that the cap should remain in place until we get to a 4% vacancy rate. Obviously, we're well below that now. To get to that point will take years, certainly. But that is defined, a healthy vacancy rate is actually defined as 3%. So we're even giving a little more wiggle room there, because we want to get to a safe spot where people can find apartments, people can move in and out of the province, and moving is not an existential issue. It becomes kind of a routine thing, which is how it should be. Moving's always stressful. Nobody likes to move, but it shouldn't be, as I say, an existential thing where you're looking at the prospect of eviction or your housing costs going up by 50, 60, 70%. So again, that is a much better and more logical reason than a date, December 31st, I think, 2027. Okay, why? What's so relevant about that? It's 2 years beyond the previous date, I guess. Again, the NDP have put forward a system, parts of which I agree with, parts of which I don't. We've put forward a system the government has put forward nothing. They have put forward a mismatch of ideas that combine actually to not solve the problem, in some ways to make it worse by having a rent cap and no changes to the fixed-term lease loophole, for example. And again, no real reason as to why they are not making those changes. So this amendment, Mr. Chair, is the first of 3 amendments that work together, I think, to create an effective, reasonable, evidence-based rental system in Nova Scotia, unlike what we have now. And I would ask that members support it. Thank you.
Shall the amendment Lib 1 carry? No. Defeated. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 2 to 6 carry? Carried. Clause 7. I recognize the honourable member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back again. So CWHB Lib 2, our second of 3 amendments, reads as follows. Page 3, add immediately after Clause 7 the following clause. 8, Section 9 of Chapter 401, as amended by Chapter 31 of the Acts of 1992, Chapter 40 of the Acts of 1993, Chapter 7 of the Acts of 1997, Chapter 60 of the Acts of 2008, Chapter 72 of the Acts of 2010, Chapter 70 of the Acts of 2011, Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2018, and Chapter 36 of the Acts of 2021 is further amended by adding immediately after subsection 2 the following subsection. 3, notwithstanding any lease, agreement, waiver, declaration, or other statement to the contrary, where a tenancy is a fixed-term lease, the following conditions apply, in addition to those set out in subsection 1 and, if applicable, subsection 2. Statutory conditions respecting a fixed-term lease. 1, the landlord may only require the tenant to vacate the premises at the end of the fixed term if the requirement to vacate is specified in the lease at the beginning of the fixed term. And A, the landlord or a family member of the landlord will occupy the premises at the end of the fixed term, or B, the lease is a sublease. 2, a requirement to vacate under condition 1 only has effect if both the landlord and tenant have initialed next to the relevant paragraph at the time the lease was entered into. 3, where either condition 1 or 2 is not satisfied, the fixed-term lease shall continue as a month-to-month lease in accordance with subsection 10A2 of the Residential Tenancies Act. Renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. So, Mr. Chair, this amendment relates to an issue that we've all become very familiar with, I would say, over the last couple of years, and that is the obvious gap, one of many obvious gaps in the mishmash system that we have right now, which is the fixed-term lease loophole. And when you look around, as I've said earlier, there's 5 other provinces in Canada that have a rent cap, rent control, some type of regulated rental market. And those provinces have provisions in them to not have a fixed-term lease loophole because they have a system in place for residential rent. So the system that I've put forward in this amendment is what is in place in the province of British Columbia. So essentially, when your fixed-term lease ends, if a landlord or a family member of the landlord is moving in, okay, the lease will end at that point. If not, then the lease will continue as a month-to-month lease under the conditions that apply to those types of leases. And what that does is, of course, it removes the obvious incentive for landlords to look to ways to get people out of apartments in order to get around the rent cap. And it's just a matter of math and evidence. We have a 5% rent cap in Nova Scotia, which, as I said in the previous amendment, is too high, is illogical, is based on nothing, and yet rents in Nova Scotia, and people may dispute sources, methods, whatever the case might be, there's no question that rents in Nova Scotia are going up well over 10% year over year. Whether you think it's 18, whether you think it's 14, whatever it is, it's a heck of a lot more than 5. So how is that possible? Well, the only way that's possible is through turnover of units. So when a lease is terminated, a fixed-term lease, for example, and it's $800 a month or $1,000 a month or $1,200 a month, affordable, let's say, to many people, and all of a sudden it's going to be $1,800, $1,900, $2,000 a month to make up for the costs that landlords might be missing out. And we heard from law amendments, we heard many landlords, small landlords, indicating that they use fixed-term leases. We heard from some that said they use fixed-term leases exclusively. And I know that at law amendments as well, IPON's brought forward data suggesting that the bigger landlords, the REITs, the real estate investment trusts, Killam, CapREIT, whoever they might be, according to their data, are not really using fixed-term leases. Okay, but there's still a big gap there that we do not know. The data they put forward was 12,000 units. Obviously, there's a couple 100,000 units in Nova Scotia, so we have a small sample size, and we really have no idea the prevalence of fixed-term leases, and that's a big problem. And I won't get ahead of myself, but that's the subject of the third amendment here as well. But fixed-term leases, as they exist today, unregulated, Wild West, they end, it's over, you can do what you want, and a rent cap system do not go together. They are illogical, they are incompatible. And the reason why is because every other province that has a rent cap system also has protections around fixed-term leases. We should here in Nova Scotia as well. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. It's part of creating a system of rent cap rather than just political band-aids to avoid an issue as long as possible. So I won't belabor the point here much longer, Mr. Chair, because we all know this is a big issue. Again, the government has refused to act on this, which I think is a big mistake. And so again, I would ask members to support our second amendment on closing the fixed-term lease loophole. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall the amendment Lib 2 carry? No. Defeated. Shall clause 7 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall clauses 8 and 9 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 10. I recognize the honourable member Halifax-Chiboucto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the clause that the minister raised yesterday in debate on a different bill, the clause by means of which the initiating time for initiating a process of potential eviction is reduced from 15 days, as in the present legislation, to 3, as it is envisaged in the legislation that is before us. Now, in that debate yesterday, the minister, in my judgment, mischaracterized what I had said about this in previous debate. The minister characterized what I had said as, if I can quote, 3 days and you're out. I unsuccessfully attempted to raise a point of order about that because I felt that if the minister were required to bring forward the Hansard record of where I had said that he would be, in fact, unable to do so because I had not said that, and I thought it was, and I think it is now, an important point because it was an insinuation on the minister's part that I had not been entirely truthful in that conversation, which is something that I take very seriously. And what I did say, and why we think this is such an important clause, is that there are many potential circumstances when the rent may not be paid for 3 days, when it would not be at all serving the public interest for the landlord to be given the legislative authority, as this bill does, to initiate the first steps towards a process of eviction. We can think of so many. What I actually did say in the previous debate was that I had encountered in my own pastoral experience as a hospital visitor situations where people had had their rent due and some sickness had befallen them at the tail end of the month. And it might happen, it's not rare, that the tail end of the month is at the very end of the weekend. And it might happen, too, that that person doesn't have a wide circle of effective friends or members of their family who might think, gosh, somebody better go and pay that rent. And in fact, it might happen very plausibly that nobody gets this message that the rent hasn't been paid at home until perhaps the social worker visits that person in the hospital. And I can pretty well guarantee that unless the situation is capital D dire, that is not going to happen within 3 normal business days. We can think of how it might be quite normal for us if we were, if any of us were faced with sudden sadness in our families, and it was the last couple of days of the month. How in the tumult of that sudden sadness, it might be 4 or 5 or 6, 8 days before somebody said, oh my heavens, gosh, look, we forgot altogether about the rent because we were in such a time of tumult. And there might just be simple, plain old reasons related to kind of real life by which the rent is forgotten. I stand before you as convicted of having forgotten to pay my rent on time in the past. That it has occurred to me the day after the rent. Oh, that was the job for yesterday. It happens at the moment that the landlord I rent from, who is a very fine landlord, prefers not to have an arrangement by which there are automatic deposits or advance checks, but simply to be paid once a month in a regular way. This puts the onus on my poor memory on that certain day of the month, and it might happen. I can think of having myself on January paid the amount that was due before the rent cap was applied in December, and having the landlord had to call me, there's another 2% on that. So my point, Mr. Chair, is that there are all kinds of predictable reasons why people could be beyond 3 business days in arrears, and that we ought not to have a law in Nova Scotia that would allow a landlord who happened to have the kind of poor judgment that would make them want to move on that tenant to actually be allowed to do that. Now, I don't think most landlords would. I don't know any landlords that would say, oh, there's a death in that family, they forgot the rent, now there's my chance to get there are not many people in the world quite that bad. But I do have a strong sense of the financial pressures that many smaller landlords are under in the inflationary context. Any small landlord that you ask them how they're doing from a business point of view will tell you about the percent that their insurance has gone up, what's the situation with their taxes, how expensive it is to get any maintenance done. And so we know that there are lots and lots of landlords who have had tenants often for quite a long time, and those are the ones where the rent tends to be lower, and who might, in the very far back of their minds, think every once in a while, gosh, wouldn't it be nice if those people had moved? If they had moved, then we'd be able to solve our revenue problem because we'd get a new tenant that rent cap wouldn't apply to. So in a situation of those pressures, I think it's unwise for us to amend the Residential Tenancies Act so that on the basis of a mere 3 business days, tenants can have eviction proceedings initiated against them. And so I think that this provision, which really is a provision of terrific imbalance and has the possibility to create all kinds of suffering that we don't want to be involved with, ought to be opposed, and we are very much against it.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just speaking briefly, so I want to take the opportunity and thank the member opposite for his comments on this clause. And I guess yesterday, perhaps in the heat of the moment, in the heat of this chamber, I didn't specify or incorrectly specified at which time the member opposite was referring to some of the this clause particularly. So it wasn't in question period. It was in fact in second reading on September 10th, at which time the member from Halifax-Shabukta was saying this was a policy of more evictions faster. Mr. Chair, nobody wants to see anybody evicted faster. The fact is and the member from Halifax-Shabukta did speak to the financial pressures that are faced, that smaller landlords face in this province. And we on the side of the House recognize that we need landlords to be part of the solution. We do not want to take actions that are going to put landlords out of the market. So as I noted before, every action has a reaction, Mr. Chair. And the member did speak about real life situations that tenants face in this province. And I'd hope, and I agree with the member, that landlords wouldn't be taking advantage of folks that if it's a medical situation that they're facing, or death in the family, for example. But again, I do want to remind the member and all members and all Nova Scotians, we will be continue our education and awareness campaigns on the changes that we're making on the floor of the legislature now, and previous changes to ensure that they know their rights and responsibilities. But again, it was not noted that there is a process, and after those 3 days, the tenant the tenant has to pay the rent. And I understand that many Nova Scotians are facing tough times, and as a government, we're providing support to them with targeted initiatives. But there are folks out there, there are tenants out there that are deliberately not paying their rent, and that's not fair. But recognizing there are tenants out there that have real life situations. This is not to punish them, and I believe that bringing, with these changes, bringing Nova Scotia in alignment with many other jurisdictions, we are the longest in the country right now. So it is trying to balance the rights and responsibilities of both tenants and landlords, so bringing us in alignment with many other jurisdictions. So I'll use the September time frame, since we're still in September. Rent's due on September 1. Tenant doesn't pay. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th. On the 5th, the landlord can, doesn't, not shall, they can provide that notice. And I'd hope that there'd be some common sense that if a tenant picked up the phone and said, hey, need a couple days, or can we work out a payment arrangement, or mom's in the hospital, or dad died, or whatever, the common sense would prevail. At that time, if the landlord serves the tenant, then they have 10 days after that notice is served to either pay, to leave, or to file to the hearing, to the program for a hearing, at which time it stops the clock on that eviction notice. So it doesn't change the process that exists right now. So I want to reassure Nova Scotians that the program's there. It works. We have dedicated folks that want to help, dedicated staff that are in the residential tenancy program that want to help, that are there to help, and I want to commend them for their work. So I want to reassure all Nova Scotians that the program's there to support them. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the member for Halifax-Shabukta and the minister. This is a difficult one, actually. I see both sides of the argument on this for sure. When the bill was first introduced, I was struck. To me, my initial response was, "Oh, 3. That seems quick. That seems too quick." I take the point that many other provinces have a similar timeline, and I understand the argument that under the current system of 15 and 15. It's very easy to have 2 months elapse and 2 months of missed rent, and I understand can be a significant financial burden to landlords, particularly to small landlords, of course. So I see that point. I don't dispute that. On the other hand, I can see, as has been mentioned here, 3 days and then 10 days is very, very quick. In many cases, that might be less than 2 pay periods, for example. So if somebody needed a little extra time for whatever reason to catch up on their rent, catch up on their bills, maybe giving them, 2 pay periods of time might make more sense. So I'm not suggesting a change here or anything, and I appreciate both sides of this, but something, more like a week and a week might make more sense to kind of balance those needs on both sides. So this is an issue that I see both sides on, but I think there could be a tightening of the window a little bit on either side, so that landlords aren't necessarily automatically out 2 months rent and tenants are not facing an eviction notice, you know, half a week after they miss rent. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Shall Clause 10 carry? Yeah, there's a request for recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. We'll call the committee back to order. I recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams. Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzy.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Brenda McGuire.
Yes.
Jill Balser.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Marco McLeod.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Rafa DiCostanzo. Ben Jessam. Tony Ince.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Zach Churchill. Patricia Aaron. Ian Rankin.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Ali Duale. Laura Lee Nichol.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Keith Irving.
No.
Kelly Regan.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 30, nays 16.
The clause carries. Shall clause 11 carry? Carried. Clause 12. I recognize the honourable member Halifax Shabukdo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This clause is troublesome because it is so imbalanced in favor of landlords through the series of ways that it outlines by which eviction may be facilitated. So at this moment in the rental housing crisis, what we need is really the opposite of this, not the facilitation of eviction in any way, but rather eviction control. And the fact that this is so completely misunderstood is startling throughout this piece of legislation. Now, eviction control has lots of different dimensions. One of them is regulations against pet eviction, which are found in our own party's Comprehensive Eviction Control Act. I was struck today to learn from the member from Dartmouth North that she had learned just today of a large building in her constituency where all the tenants had received notice very recently that they had to get rid of their pets if they wished to stay there, and they had 4 months to make this decision, at the end of which, if there were still pets, they would have to leave. So eviction control, an effective eviction control system would address the situation, unaddressed today. An effective eviction control system would address unaddressed completely in the present legislation, but such a deep dimension of the rental housing crisis, the whole problem of seniors' homelessness and how it's related to seniors' evictions. And we have in Quebec the solution to how to do this. This Quebec provision, I have every day that the House has met, I've begun the day by presenting a petition for the Quebec provision on this subject. It's a form of eviction control. The rule says simply that if you are a senior and you have been in your unit for a prescribed number of years, and your income is low enough that you would qualify for public housing, and your name is on the list for seniors public housing, that is rent geared to income seniors public housing, that until the day that your name comes to the top of the list and you get that call and there's a unit available for you and you can move, you may not be evicted. And for this reason, they don't have the problem where they have the provision that we have of seniors living in their cars in Walmart, and over 100 seniors in this city living outside. So what is called for at a moment of a rental housing crisis of the sort we have is control and regulation of eviction, not facilitation and promotion of circumstances in which eviction is able to take place. And there's lots of precedents for this. You know, the big time in Halifax when rent control became a part of the housing landscape was in the immediate post-war. And the rent control that was implemented as the housing crisis of the post-war in Halifax was being dealt with, for that, the authorities recognized that rent control is not going to effectively deal with the housing crisis unless we combine it with some measure of controlling evictions, and so they did. And there was a period in the late 1940s in Halifax when there was a ban against seasonal evictions. And this made the rent control that was needed at that time in order to produce some kind of social coherence at a time of such intense rental housing crisis. The eviction control that existed helped the rent control that was brought into play at that time. It helped it to work. So in the present situation, what we need is are forms of eviction control, totally absent from this legislation. We don't need the imbalance in landlord-tenant relations that is introduced by the facilitation in any form of eviction. So we think this is an ill-considered clause and oppose it. Thank you.
Shall Clause 12 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 13 to 21 carry? Carried. Clause 22. I recognize the Honourable Member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is our third and final amendment on this bill, CWHB Lib 3, which reads as follows. Page 7. Add immediately after Clause 22 the following clause. 23. Chapter 401 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 19B the following heading and section. Rental Registry. 19C1, the minister shall create and maintain a rental registry for the purpose of collecting data on the types of leases that are being entered into in the province, including data on the prevalence of each type of lease. 2, the minister shall ensure for the purpose of subsection 1 that the data is being collected on an ongoing basis and that the data in the rental registry is current. Renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. So, Mr. Chair, this one hurts. This one hurts my heart a little bit that it's been rejected out of hand by the minister, and I honestly don't understand why. You know, collecting, I don't see what the downside is. What's the downside of collecting data on leases in Nova Scotia so that we can make informed, good decisions? That is the basis of decision making. You have data, you have information, and that's not just my opinion. Yesterday, I perked up during question period yesterday because the Minister of Health and Wellness made a very good point about data collection. I collected it and I wanted to read it for the House. The Minister said, I thank the member for the question because it gives me an opportunity to underscore how important it is to have actual data when you're managing the healthcare system. Later on in her answer, she said, now we have a registry. We have a registry, and we are managing that registry. So that was a perfect answer as far as I'm concerned, and I know the minister's 2 feet away from the Minister of Service Nova Scotia, and if she had just replaced managing the healthcare system with managing the rental system, it would be perfect. And so I don't understand how having a registry and having data is good for health. We agree on that, but it's not good for managing housing, managing rentals. That makes no sense. And this is another situation where maybe on rent cap, maybe on rent control, there's disagreements of philosophy or whatever, and that's okay. I can handle that. But to just say, hey, we're not going to do, the minister preemptively just said, hey, we're not going to do a rental registry. Like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I don't know why. I don't know why not. Again, we're kind of lost in the dark in terms of the reasoning of this government on this issue. This is a pretty simple ask, in my view. We all talk about fixed-term leases. We all talk about the issue that is there. But we don't know how many fixed-term leases there are in Nova Scotia. How is that possible? How is that a good thing? You know, that would help all of us. And maybe the government would collect the data and it would show that I don't believe this, but if it showed 1% of leases are fixed-term leases, that would be good for the government's argument. So free advice, maybe take that up. Maybe it shows 20% are fixed-term leases. Maybe it shows over the last 4 years of leases that have been that have expired, 80% have been fixed-term leases. I just don't know, and that's the problem. And again, healthcare, a registry is good. Data is good for healthcare. The minister said as much. I agree with the minister. The Minister of Service Nova Scotia does not agree when it comes to data and registry for the rental market for 300,000 Nova Scotians. It makes no sense. It's a poor decision. It's another one of these decisions that is just thrown out there without any reasoning or logic. And I would ask for an explanation as to why the minister is opposed to a rental registry so that we can all work from the same set of facts, which doesn't happen all the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall the amendment Lib 3 carry? Defeated. Shall clause 22 carry? Carried. Shall clauses the remaining 23 to 28 carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. The bill is carried. Recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act?
Bill number 471, Advancing Nova Scotia Opportunities Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 471 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on September 17th, 2024, without amendments, and contains 167 clauses.
Clause 1. Shall clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 2 to 167 carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 476, French Language Services Act?
Bill number 476, an act to amend Chapter 26 of the Acts of 2004, the French Language Services Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 476 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on September 17, 2024, without amendments and contains 8 clauses.
Clause 1. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 2 to 8 carry? Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. The bill is carried. To recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that you please rise and report progress on these bills.
That motion carries, and we'll take a short recess while we get set up. We're now in recess.
Order. Order. The Committee of the Whole hosts on bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole has met and considered the following bills. Bills 467, 469, 471, 476, and 487 without amendments, and the Chair has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favorable consideration of the House.
Order that these bills be read third time on a future date. Government motions and address in reply. I recognize the Honourable Government... Oh, sorry. I recognize the Honourable Government Host Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call address and reply?
Address in reply. I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one blistering cold morning when I was in grade 9 or 10, I was in the kitchen at the farmhouse preparing my school lunch. Over the radio, it was announced that due to school buses not being able to start in the cold temperatures, school is canceled. And all the kids in Pictou West rejoiced. Except for those named Marco McLeod, because with school being canceled, it meant that I had to go work with my dad. The work for the day involved going to a woodlot to repair a flat tire on a wagon. Having to take off our mitts to work on the tire, our fingers began to freeze. Once frozen, we jumped back in the truck to thaw our digits before repeating the cycle again and again until the job was done. There are many hardworking folks in Pictou West, and I am here on their behalf. Many of us still work in traditional industries, such as forestry, farming, and fishing. In recent years, the lobster fishery has been bountiful, and the owner-operator model has helped many families to do well. Now, it is important for us to continue to support conservation in order to preserve this maritime vocation. I think we can all agree that we live in a beautiful province. Let's not forget who takes care of these landscapes. Forestry and farming have each had their own unique set of challenges. The Nova Scotia Loyal Program is a great step forward to showcase what this province can offer. We need to bring consumers closer to producers. And for forestry, there are a few projects that could potentially be on our horizon that could help us to manage our woodlots and our wood fiber responsibly. Farmers and foresters take care of our land, so we need to take care of them. Now, I could keep talking about the fine panoramas of this province, or I could just invite you to the beautiful Pictou waterfront to enjoy a cold beverage on a restaurant patio while viewing a gorgeous sunset. Pictou is the main town in the constituency, and it has seen a tremendous waterfront makeover. The recent developments include new restaurants, a cultural hub that also houses the library, a vendor village, museums, trail access, food trucks, live music, and this is all set around the historic ship Hector. The Hector being a replica of the vessel that brought Scottish settlers to Nova Scotia and which gave Pictou the moniker, the birthplace of New Scotland. But tourism doesn't stop at the town limits. Travel the shoreline and you will encounter Simpsons Beach, Waterside Beach, the Dragline, Tony River, McDonald's, Rushton's Beach. I could go on and on. These are the best beaches in the province, and I'd table that, but I think it's best kept a secret. With the warmest waters north of the Carolinas, these coastlines are worth the trip. If you go inland, you'll find the Trans-Canada Trail, the Green Hill Lookoff, Fitzpatrick Mountain, and the gentle rolling hills that make for a dreamy Sunday drive. And you'll pass by the small businesses that keep our rural economy going. The small diners, the vegetable stands, the art galleries, the auto repair shops, the pizza shops, the hair salons. It isn't easy to operate a small business, but I am encouraged by folks like my friend Smitty, who drove his welding truck back home from Alberta to start a metal fabrication shop in Pictou West. Why? Because it's a great place to raise a family. I am encouraged when I think of my friend Kayla, who comes from a long line of strong women. Kayla and her mom now run 3 shops in downtown Pictou. Why? Because Pictou is home. I'm encouraged by businesses like Twin Rivers, who build mini homes and who keep investing in Pictou West and growing their business. Why? Because they see potential. We also have world-class industry in Pictou West. We produce the best tires in the world, right at home at Michelin Tire in Granton. Industry is important, as it helps provide stable, well-paying jobs for Nova Scotians. But every industry or production facility has an expiry date. We need to make sure big business keeps investing in new equipment and technology to keep pushing that expiry date further and further away. But the most valuable asset in Pictou West isn't the tires we build. It isn't the scallops we drag. It isn't the Airbnbs we rent out. It's the people. It's the hardworking, humble, and supportive people that we have. And it's those who volunteer who keep our communities strong. Because it isn't all hard work on the North Shore, as my summer can attest. The River John Festival Days, Pictou Lobster Carnival, and the Pictou North Colchester Exhibition, they continue to see more and more people every year as they return to pre-COVID levels. These festivals are important to the respective communities as they offer a homecoming of sorts, and they keep traditions such as the lobster crate runs, bed races, and tug of war alive and well. There are also many community barbecues and breakfasts held at community halls that offer an opportunity to connect with friends and neighbors. And they are staffed by volunteers, be it women's auxiliaries, Lions Club, Rotary Club, 4-H, there are so many. But I can't say enough about our volunteer fire departments. Not only do they keep our community bonds strong, but they keep our communities and our families safe. I'm also excited to tell you, Madam Speaker, about 2 grassroots projects happening right in my backyard. In Scottsburn, we have the Community Food Forest, where permaculture is practiced and food is grown free for the members of the community to collect, where young children have the opportunity to get their hands dirty digging up root vegetables, while adults can attend workshops on preserving and fermenting and jamming. In Meadowville, students can attend the Pictou County Forest School, an outdoor education organization that gets kids out of the classroom and into the woods, into canoes, into snowshoes, and into shelters. Lesson plans include photosynthesis, weather dynamics, learning to tie knots, and even analyzing fossils. But the real lessons teach resilience, confidence, and teamwork. Pictou West is a rural riding. Folks are polite and tend to themselves, but we do like to stay connected. And that means maintaining our roads. The Gravel Road Capital Program and the Rural Impact Mitigation Program are important to us. And we need to keep them and hopefully expand on them. These roads are part of our daily lives. They help to keep us connected to our friends and neighbors. These roads bring us to work, and for a lot of us, they are essential for our business. And now, in the age of information, digital connectivity is just as important. The Cellular for Nova Scotia program is a step in the right direction. We need to keep improving connectivity so that we can show the rest of the world what we have to offer. Healthcare is a topic that came up on the doorsteps of Pictou West. Building a new med school, common sense credentialing, and digitalization of the system is a great launch pad to send our healthcare where it needs to go. This government has their foot on the gas pedal, and we cannot take it off. We need to keep pushing. Madam Speaker, my journey to Halifax didn't happen overnight. It took 7 generations of farming McLeod Meadows. 2 parents qui m'ont bien élevé. Une famille qui m'aime. It took the best friends a fella could ask for. An all-star campaign team, incredible campaign volunteers. It took a caucus that has made me feel right at home since day one. Strong leadership from the very top, and my old pal, Scotty McKinnon. And I need to thank my dad, too. He is 63 years old, and he takes care of 400 acres of fields and 500 acres of woods. He doesn't work on Sundays because my mom tells him not to. I didn't have time to help him for a single day this summer. He never asked me to, and he never complained once. Thank you, Pops. And to my little but mighty team at the constituency office, thank you. Thank you to Michelle and Sean for holding it down while I'm here in Halifax. It really is an honor to be standing here. I am reminded of it every day as I walk past the statues and the portraits. We may not have great air conditioning in here, but we certainly have great history, great tradition, and a great foundation. I look forward to working with every single one of you. We may not always agree on priorities and solutions, but we are all here for the same reason: to represent our people, to represent Nova Scotians. I'm especially excited to work with the under 40 crowd. Now, Now, we aren't really young anymore, but we have what I call long-term perspectives. And we need to be involved in the decision-making process because these decisions are going to affect us the longest. I have a lot of hope for Nova Scotia, and I've been really encouraged by the work that this government has done over the past few years. It's a big reason of why I'm here today. I want to help get things done and to move this province forward. A rising tide lifts all boats, and we have the highest tides in the world. This province has a lot to offer. It has a lot of potential. So let's harness that potential. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to address the House this evening. I learned a few hours ago that we were doing address and reply and that there might be an opportunity to say a few words. Not knowing when the next election is, this may be my last opportunity. So I wanted to offer a few thoughts and reflections on my 11 years here and provide some observations to the House that I hope might be of value as this legislature continues with its important work for Nova Scotians. The first topic that I want to touch on was actually, I wrote some words for the Assembly Management Commission meeting that I attended a number of months ago with respect to our staff security and remuneration for our constituency offices to ensure that our staff were safe and that we were addressing the security issues today of what it's like to be a politician. And I wrote those words and didn't have an opportunity because the meeting wrapped up before I got to them. So I'm going to weave those into them. And of course, this is a topic that cannot be spoken about on the floor of this House. And these are going to be my words. My leader, my party colleagues, none of them are aware that I am raising this issue before the House and asking for the House consideration of a better path forward. I don't believe that Nova Scotians are aware, or that at least very few of them understand that MLA offices have not had an increase in resources for more than a decade. A constituency budget in 2013 is now roughly worth 20% less because of inflationary pressures. In the same period, rents for both MLAs, apartments, and offices have dramatically increased, particularly in HRM. Under the current situation, MLAs have not had a salary increase in 13 years. In fact, the current MLA salary almost qualified for the home heating rebate last year afforded to Nova Scotians struggling with inflation. MPs, automatic increases each year. Their salaries are now $200,000. Councillors in HRM are now approaching, if not over, $100,000. All have had increases over the last 10 years to address inflationary pressures. MLAs have not. Most outside members, and I'm not in that category, are now subsidizing their accommodations with after-tax money. I believe there's a gentleman across the floor that's probably, under my calculation, taking 10% of his after-tax remuneration as an MLA to pay for his apartment that is not adequately subsidized. Unbeknownst to many Nova Scotians is that we as MLAs have to cash flow our offices. I looked at my reimbursement checks last year, $43,000 of reimbursement. I cash flowed with my $53,000 of take-home pay. As politicians, we tread so gingerly around conversations on compensation and resources to support our offices, to the extent that we had to debate and vote on partisan lines about the safety of our constituency assistants. I don't believe we are doing a service to Nova Scotians if we can't respect the work that we do. Why would we expect Nova Scotians to respect our work? When these conversations come up, parties love to pounce on the opposition and try and get political wins about our compensation. No one wants to be voting in a raise and get 5 or 10% of people on Twitter saying, oh my God, look what those guys are doing. Well, we have a duty to the other 90 or 95% of Nova Scotians that do value our work and understand that we put in long hours, that we make significant sacrifice. We love our work, but our families also make these sacrifices. So in that conversation at the management committee, it was very discouraging to be using compensation arguments to question whether we can adequately protect our employees from safety threats. So, as you know, I'm not a particularly partisan politician. My energy goes into trying to find solutions to difficult issues. But when we get into compensation for MLAs, it's been the low-hanging fruit for partisan discussion to try and get political advantage. And it's us creating this situation for the future politicians, the future MLAs that will have the honor to sit in this House. We need to be doing what we need to do to ensure that this province has the best politicians to produce the best governance that Nova Scotians deserve. We need to elect the best citizens of Nova Scotia with life experience, with knowledge, with expertise to lead, to make difficult decisions in an increasingly complex world. The 55 politicians in this room are responsible for the prudent spending of $16.5 billion of taxpayers' money. I believe Nova Scotians want the best of the best to be sitting in this chamber. And to do that, we need to adequately compensate them and their families and their heirs and successors. I have friends on this side of the House that have taken $40,000 pay cuts to represent their community. I can imagine the conversation with the spouse when they heard the compensation for the job that they were applying on. This job that we all have the honor and privilege to have, to occupy a seat for a period of time, should not be reserved for those with financial means. to work for low wages that do not reflect their skills or their responsibility. We cannot attract good people into political office at the same time you tell them that constituency office budgets are frozen. MLA compensation has been frozen for over a decade. And by the way, you have to cash flow your offices. So what's the path forward? Well, we could follow the laws that were put in place some 12 years ago or more that addressed this, that had citizens objectively, nonpartisan, come up with a recommendation. That bill, that law also allows cost of living increases. So why not follow the laws that are on the books? Other provincial legislatures are stepping up on this issue. Newfoundland, New Brunswick brought in their salary adjustment before this election that I think was called yesterday or today to try and disconnect their voting themselves a raise. So that's something that the House may want to consider. I want to move on now to the parts of the job that I have enjoyed. The casework, the helping people, those have been extremely rewarding, sometimes frustrating. You can't solve all the problems. I've met some incredible people in my constituency. It's been a real honor to have that privilege that gives me contact with so many people. I've enjoyed particularly my time in Policy and Treasury Board that Premier McNeil gave me the opportunity to serve on for 4 years. I felt it was meaningful work and that I was able to make a significant contribution at the table. I also enjoyed my 145 days as the First Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And I want to thank the former Premier, the member from Timberley Prospect, for that honor. I'd like to thank all the staff in the civil service, those that got halfway to briefing their Minister of Environment and Climate Change before an election was called. I also want to thank my colleagues in the House. I have many good friends here. Now I want to come to the legislative part of this job. To stand in this House, Joseph Howe over there, a few other important people on the wall. Yes, it's been an honor and a privilege. Am I proud to have served in this chamber? Absolutely. Is it a good use of my time? Not so much. Anyway, the days I have to contribute to that seem to be getting shorter and shorter each year. I want to touch on a few things that I think the House really needs to give some thought to on how we can make this place work better. And how we can make democracy work better. I've spoken about democracy in this House, and unfortunately it's in a debate. So I get the usual comeback of, well, you did this back then. You were part of a party. If every government comes in and gets a little worse than the next government on the justification that the last government did bad things, we are in a race to the bottom. There are problems in how this place works. QP. I think Nova Scotians would like a few more answers than questions. I don't know how to solve that one. I've been on both sides of the House. Some ministers are better than others. I think, in my observation, the ministers that know their files, that do the hard work, are the ministers that can answer those questions and defend the actions of the government. And so I encourage all of us to find ways to get the questions that Nova Scotians want asked, and the answers answered. I think Nova Scotians deserve that, and I do honestly believe that that's why this chamber was created. There is a problem that we can't solve, I think, here in this chamber, but I think is a concern right across this country, and that's the centralization in Prime Minister's office and Premier's office. I think we feel it. I certainly felt it when I was in government. I seem to see it elsewhere. It is a problem. And pundits and watchers of democracy have commented on this for years. I don't have an answer for that, other than the only way to take the power out of that central office is by the members of the legislature. And political parties electing leaders that want to govern in a different way. I want to comment now on how legislation moves through this House. It needs a complete revamp. And I've watched for 11 years from both sides of this House on how poorly we move legislation through this House. All three parties do this. They present their amendments for bills, presumably all of them people believe are good suggestions to make changes in legislation, and we present them at the last minute, asking the other parties to pile on and support. Doesn't make a lot of sense. How do you make good decisions about a piece of legislation, an amendment from whatever party in this House, when 5 or 6 pages are dropped on our desk with a stack of 14 other amendments, and we're supposed to, as legislators, serve our constituents, put our knowledge, our wisdom, things that we've learned to work by reviewing those amendments and do our job for what we're underpaid for. That needs to change. Rushing bills through the House needs to change. And I've watched this get worse and worse and worse over the 11 years. When I began in 2013, the word was 6 weeks in the fall, 8 weeks in the spring when we're doing budgets. 16, 18, 25 pieces of legislation. Now we're going through estimates and sitting in the House in 12 days. I think this will be another 12-day session. 10 days, thank you. And why are we doing this? We all know the governing party does not feel that they want to answer any more questions in the House. Something can happen on the street, get in and out, get back to governing, but that's not what this House is for. It's not what Nova Scotians are asking us to do. We need to find a better way to bring legislation through this House and to improve it on the floor of this House for the good of Nova Scotians, not for political credit. We're not serving Nova Scotians by just worrying about the party and what the next election is going to be. Omnibus bills. I've spoken at this in the House. Didn't really appear, I think, till last year was our first omnibus bill. There might have been one under our government, I can't remember. But I've spoken to that, how undemocratic that is. To take 6 pieces of legislation, 110 pages piece of legislation went through law amendments moments ago without a whiff of conversation. And as I pointed out on the first omnibus bill when I spoke, touching it was 8 or 10 different ministries, and none of the ministers, other than the minister that brought forward the legislation, spoke to the bill. And then each and every one of us had to vote on one bill, not the individual bills. So if I was for something and against something, I couldn't distinguish those votes for my constituents. That's why I believe they are undemocratic, and the only reason they are being brought in is to get out of the House quicker. Nova Scotians, I believe, deserve better. I believe the people in this room know what I'm speaking about. I think the people in this room do have the ability to make change. You know, I reflect on, and yes, it's frustrating being in opposition. And you do really see the weaknesses of the system more in opposition than you do when you're on the government side of the House. So I have the benefit of being on both sides. And we need to have thoughtful debates about the issues of Nova Scotians. We need to have mature conversations about these issues and how to make legislation and laws for Nova Scotians better. One thing I did do when I was on the government side of the House is I resisted having a speech put in my hand and read. I didn't speak that well, but I wanted to use my own words. And I think that is important, that every one of us, when we're representing our citizens, are speaking our words, not the words by a caucus staff person or by a civil servant. We need to be here genuinely speaking on what we believe. So what do we do? My wife would always say, don't come with problems without solutions, and I don't know, given I only had a couple hours to think about this, what we do. We can hope that we can elect leaders in 3 parties that can work well together, that aren't focused on their putting their political fortunes ahead of Nova Scotians, and make changes that in how this House is governed. Oh, it's always tough to get 3 cherries to come up at the same time. Hope is not necessarily a plan. So in my brief thinking about this, I do believe perhaps the way forward is to create a citizens group to review how this legislature functions with the goal of improving the workings of this House for the people of Nova Scotia. Not for us as politicians, but for the people that we have the honor and the privilege to serve. I have tried not to make this speech criticizing any individuals or individual leaders or any parties. You can judge that for what it may. This is not about any one person in this House. It's about how we together are working as a group of 55 elected officials. When we have the honor and the privilege to sit in this House, this 205-year-old beautiful building, the seat of responsible government in Canada, we should do everything in our power to ensure that it works for Nova Scotians. As I wrap up here, I want to thank, first of all of my constituents. As I said earlier, I met some remarkable people in King South. It is one of the richest and most vital areas of Nova Scotia, and I feel very proud to live there and work with the citizens of King South and to represent them. I want to thank my EDA and particularly my riding association president, Bob Prang, so many others. I can't name them all. There's only an hour left for this speech. Again, I want to thank my former premier, the member from Timberley Prospect, for his leadership. He deserved far more than 145 days to govern this province. Thank our leader, the member from Yarmouth, and my caucus colleagues for being such good friends and support through this journey. Remember Chris D'Entremont saying it's so hard to talk about your family. I want to thank my wife, Catherine Trumper. None of you know how important she has been and how I've been as an MLA. She's a highly skilled woman. I think her Inuktitut name back in Pangnirton was the woman, it meant something like the woman with good ideas. She's ready for me to come home. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve the people of King South.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to adjourn debate on address and reply.
The motion is to adjourn debate on address in supply. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, that concludes government business for the day. I move that the House to now rise to meet again on Friday, September 20th between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Government business will include third reading of Bill number 476, 471, 467, 487, 468, and 455. Thank you.
The motion is that the host rise to meet again on September 20th between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until Friday, September 20th.